Please work. Please work. Please work. Because I have a sneaky feeling it's creating like a new room. Wait, no.
Okay, stream.
It's working.
Yeah.
It's working. It's working. It's working.
Okay.
I think it is. I think it's working.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
There it goes. They let us out. Woohoo! Yahoo! We're out of jail. Finally. Yippee!
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yippee, they let
You
us
have learned how to
out.
stream.
I was stuck in the void, guys. Or you could say stuck in the abyss. I could never end in pit. Yes. We're out! Yay!
We're alive. Hello,
We're
everybody.
finally alive.
Welcome
Literally,
back.
no one look at me. That was so humiliating. That was actually so embarrassing. Oh
It's
my
fine.
god!
I did that once on stream. I was playing Bloodborne. It was like I thought I was live for like 15 minutes, and chat was just kind of idly talking to themselves. And I was like, chat seems very slow today. Then I realized, I've been talking to myself and not streaming for 15 full minutes. It was very embarrassing. I think it happens to everybody at some point.
Yes. But yes, everyone, welcome to VCraft Unwrapped Episode 5! Woo! Welcome! This is the second last episode of the series. Yeah! Wow! Oh my goodness. Wow, we have a very special guest with us today who looks very, very familiar.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. I don't know. This guest kind of looks. Look, I've seen them somewhere before, but maybe I haven't met them before. But this whole like cloak with the hood, it seems very familiar. Yeah. Would you like to introduce yourself, guest?
Yes, of course. Hello, everybody. My name is Vox Akuma. I'm the voice demon from Niji Sanji against Fourth Wave Luxium. And in VCraft Enchanted, I played the character of Vetruvius Orthanc Zarpit II of the Blazing Heart. And it was one of the most insane experiences of my life. And I'm very excited to be retreading and revisiting a little bit of that experience with you all today. Thank you very much for having me. Yoroshiku. Thank you, everybody.
Woo! Yeah! Yoroshiku onegaishimasu! Let's go!
Wahoo!
Yay! Yeah. So, to all of you guys who may not know what this series is about, VCraft and Unwrapped is a little like podcast Zatsu kind of series where I interview the actors behind some of the characters in VCraft Enchanted. And I ask them questions about their experience as actors, what motivated their characters, what inspired them to create their character, what it was like acting in that role. And yeah, I also get to know them better as people as well, because let's be so for real, in those entire 2 weeks we be LARPing, and I never really got the chance to actually talk to these people as themselves and to understand who they are, not as a character. So yeah. Aren't you Willerton the Second? Bro, aren't you Willerton the Second?
Yes, change my name to Willerton II, which is the single greatest bit I've ever come up with. You know the funny thing about Willerton II? I came up with that bit, I think, on like day 3.
No.
I think day 3 of VCraft, or like a very, maybe not day 3, it was like day 4 or 5. I was talking to chat and I was like, what should we do? And then I came up with, no, I have to renounce my father's name and say that I'm Willerton II. He's going to hate that. Oh, I have to do it. And then I was like saving that for the end. It went so, I'm so happy that it actually worked and that so many people were around, including him for that moment. It literally could not have been set up better. It was so perfect.
Let's go. And yeah, so today I hope you are ready for all the questions that I'm about to ask you, your fans are about to ask you. But as we're doing that, because we need to have something else going on in the background, otherwise this will be too boring, we're gonna play Minecraft! Yay! Yippee! We're gonna play Minecraft! Okay, let me just move us down here so we are more size accurate. Let's go. All right, there goes my big head. Alrighty. How much Minecraft have you played since VCraft?
I have played a lot of Minecraft since this happened. So obviously there was MC Eternal 2.
Yes.
That Zaddy set the server up for, and you and I play a lot of that as well.
Yes.
And then after that, I also played this other mod pack called All the Mods 10, which I got very sucked into as well. And I played off stream, which I'm a really big fan of. And hopefully we'll get a chance to play that on stream at some point soon as well. But yeah, I've been playing Minecraft quite a bit, and I'm definitely very keen on playing more of it on stream because of the sort of the potential for storytelling that we found out about in VCraft. You know, it was really, really incredible stuff.
I see. Well, here we are. I see that you were in the game. Let me open my door and see. Oh my
Hello?
gosh!
Hello?
It's Mr. Vetruvius! Oh my
back. I'm back,
Mr.
everybody.
Vetruvius. Low-key, I
I'm
kind of got
back.
so used to seeing you with your Victoria's Secret angel wings in MC Eternals. You look...
with my mobile game 5-star gacha
Victoria's
angel
Secret
wings,
angel
yeah,
wings.
coming out. That's true. I'm back just wearing just in my default Vetruvius skin, but
this
that's
makes
fine.
me
Oh, man.
so emotional and sad.
I know.
This
I'm
is
so
so
nostalgic. It's
what the
crazy.
heck?
And the sunflowers as well.
Yes! Do you know what's
Oh
sick
my
and twisted
God.
is that I just chose this area to put up my prefab because it was next to some lava, and I was like, oh, I need that for spells. And then I looked around. I didn't realize that this was surrounded by sunny blossom trees, which were the same trees next to Calvin's tower. But
Next to
worse-
Calvin's tower. And there's
Yeah,
sunflowers
but
too
worst
next to
of all-
Calvin's tower that he
Yes,
planted himself.
I planted them there.
Oh.
I planted them there after Calvin's episode. Yeah. But worst of all, the most evil thing of all is that this entire area is surrounded by figs. Fig trees.
Oh my
It's
god.
so
Oh
evil.
my
It's so
God.
evil.
Figs.
Pure chance.
That was
by the
such a
way.
big moment as well.
Yes.
Was like one of the mornings, like when I was in my full villain arc, I would always log in like right when the server opened, and when the town was very quiet, I would go to town, and the people in town were generally very chill. And then I basically never got a chance to interact with Granny Minterva, but the one time I did, she came over and she gave me, I don't miss that, she came over and gave me a whole load of figs, and it was just the sweetest little moment. It was so cute.
I know. That's my grandma, y'all. I'm parasocial with Mint. That's my grandma. That's my grandma. But yeah, welcome to the
I'm
clinic.
parasocial with everybody on VCraft. It was... Yeah, oh my god. We got the source jar, we got the source link, all of it. Oh my god.
Yes.
The Waystone.
Waystone, yes. How does it feel playing Cottage Wish again for the first time in forever?
Oh, it's very nostalgic, these prefab houses, because this was like both on Niji Enchanted when we first played Cottage Witch and on VCraft Enchanted as well. This tower was the first house I had on both of those. And seeing like these barrels and all of that. And for me, I would always try to organize the barrels, but I would never do very well at it, and I would always just dump everything in it. And the worst part is trying to open the barrel and accidentally rotating the item frame, so everything would just be like a cobblestone at a weird angle and all that kind of stuff. And the funny thing about VCraft as well was that because I knew I only had 2 weeks, I didn't want to spend a ton of time organizing storage, so I kind of just like... It was purposefully very like sloppy and haphazard about everything, being like, no, I got to make progress fast. I can't make everything neat and tidy. I can't make it look good. It's got to just be done. And I guess it was so funny inviting Calvin to my secret second house later on in the series, because he was like, I kind of expected it to be a little better decorated. It was just a prefab with some Ars Nouveau stuff in it. I didn't decorate it at all. It was really funny.
Barren man cave.
Literally.
Male living quarters.
It was in a cave as well. It was literally a man
crazy.
cave.
That's so crazy. Oh my goodness. You know, funny thing you mentioned that, because there's actually a way to display items without putting it in an item frame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you go into the box and you click the cogwheel for settings, and then you click the sword for item display settings, and then you can display an item.
Oh man. If only I knew. If only there
Zally
was
taught
some way
me
of having
this.
known this.
Yeah, I was like struggling.
Zally
and
knows
Zally taught me
everything.
this.
Oh man, breadwinner.
Yeah, but yes, oh my gosh. Would you like to introduce your character that you played inside VCraft Enchanted? Who was the character you played, and what were they about?
So, Vetruvius II was the son of Vetruvius I, who was a legendary wizard. And he had been sent to this land in order to study magic using his father's notes, hoping one day to match or even surpass his father's power, and he carried a lot of it was a heavy burden because his father had such an incredible legacy, but over the course of the story in VCraft, we learn a little more about his relationship with his father and his impact on him, and we learn that perhaps his father wasn't the man that perhaps his son believed him to be, and there was so much angst and so much learning and growing for this character to do. So much angst. But that's my favorite thing. And at the end of the day, this character means a lot to me because it was a terrific outlet, because later on, Vetruvius kind of became the bad guy, and this is something I'd wanted to do in a roleplay scenario for a long time, but yeah, it was kind of incredible. So that was, and I set out with in my mind, like, maybe I'd like to be the villain, but the way things progressed felt so organic, and the turn to evil it felt like it was happening to me in real life. It was so immersive, and I was believing in this arc so much. It was but that's Vetruvius the second. He's very special to me.
Yes, what a crazy character it is. What a crazy angsty little guy he was.
Yeah, look at this guy. Isn't he so evil? Look at him. Hello.
But yeah, you speak of like the whole idea of like this feeling very realistic, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier before stream started, but man, I'm so concerned when you said that all you had to eat and drink was like literal like astronaut like food.
So it wasn't all I had to eat and drink. I did have other bits and pieces, but basically because in VCraft, literally it was waking up at around 10 p.m. and going and streaming for 12 hours straight every day, and then going to bed at like a couple hours after the server closed at like noon. Probably a lot later than that. So I really didn't have a lot of time to make lunch or like a proper dinner. So what I had was a 30-day supply of Fortisip, which is like a medical drink given to people in hospital who are literally incapable of ingesting nutrients any other way. And each one is very cheap, and it's like way cheaper than drinking like Huel or whatever it is. And each one is nutritionally complete, fills you up, and all of that. And yeah, that was like that sustained me the whole time. Made sure I was getting my nutrients, because otherwise I would just have been living off of only like
Sparkling water?
packet ramen, sparkling water, biscuits, and whatever I could order for delivery. Because it's funny, because I would be having breakfast at 10 p.m. so I'd have to order like. If I wanted to order breakfast, it would have to be from like, I was ordering like a chicken wrap from Nando's or something as my breakfast, as the one full meal I'd have for the day, and the rest of the day I'd just be on my astronaut IV drip.
Astronaut IV drip. Bro played the entire 2 weeks in prison conditions, not a single strand of sunlight, nothing, no sunlight,
That's what
no
it was all
food.
About. That's what it was all about. I had to immerse myself in the life of just a guy who doesn't really know how to accept love from people. I just had to live as a very lonely character. But, oh yeah, and a Ginster's steak slice. That was it. Thank you for reminding me in chat. Yes, I would order from the grocery shop. I would order from the co-op. I would get a Ginster's peppered steak slice, which is just a little pastry with some beef and potato and onion in it. And I would have like one of those for lunch sometimes, and that was like a treat. They're like a quid, like 1 pound, and it's like a little pastry. I would have that, be like, oh yeah, that was like my prison lunch. And I still have them if I just to make sure I get some protein,
No! 0 fiber, 0 protein, prison lunch rotation, no sunlight, no human contact. You don't get to see your family.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't see my family. This is another thing. I didn't intend for this to happen. Like, I was making plans to get fresh air while I was doing it, but I was so locked in on VCraft, I did not leave the house throughout the entire lifespan of the server. I didn't leave the house once. I know this is bad. I'm not saying this to brag, like VTuber humble brag or whatever it is. It just got to the point where I was like so immersed and I was so tired. I would get off the server and immediately fall asleep. The only time I would get fresh air is when I open the door to get a food delivery and I would smell the fresh air and be like, oh my God. Like,
I had this talk with like other people too. I had this chat with Wilson and with Luca as well in character. Oh, a little bit out of character too. I had that talk with them where I was like, have you guys been eating like at all these days? And they all looked at me and they all shook their heads and were like, no.
Yeah. It's almost like when you eat so much in Minecraft, you kind of forget that you need to eat in real life. You know, it's like, well, all I'm doing is sitting in a chair, so it's not like I'm exerting a lot of energy in particular. So it kind of didn't feel like I needed to eat all that much. It was also like, you know, every night, this is really unhealthy, but there would be so many times when the server would be closing and I'd think like, right, it's the end of the day now, probably figure out something for dinner. And then sometimes I would think like, or maybe I could be a skinny bitch trying to lose some weight. I'm like,
no,
maybe I won't have dinner today. Maybe I won't have dinner. And I would be like, oh God, I gotta stay up. I gotta make some food. And then I'd be like, maybe I just don't have dinner. And then I just went straight to sleep.
Oh no. Well, I just want to let you know
like,
the majority of the food you
calories.
consume.
I'm watching my calories.
Listen, majority of the food you consume doesn't actually put on a significant amount of weight or do anything. Majority of the food you consume, like 80 to 70% of it, is all to keep you alive. It's literally keeping you alive. Okay, your brain needs energy, your body needs energy. You need food to literally keep you alive. That's where majority of it's going. Please, you cannot be thinking like this.
It's
oh
fine.
my goodness.
It's fine. It's like how they say you should study for an exam while hungry because it'll make you concentrate more.
That's not true. That is not true, bro. Come on.
No, it's not while hungry. It's like study. It's like do an exam while you need to pee.
I don't know about that
I
one
don't know who
either.
told me that. Like, if you need to pee, you'll concentrate. Actually, I don't think that's true. Somebody who told me that might have been insane. I just remembered that was what they said, and I'm like, I actually think about that. That sounds miserable.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Like as someone who has been in that exact situation, it's bad. It's bad. It doesn't reduce the stress. It just makes me more stressed. But yeah, dude, genuinely insane. We were talking about this before stream, and I was like, oh my God, this guy's living prison conditions.
Yeah, just to clarify for chat, I am not condoning my actions. I'm not saying that was a good thing to do. I'm not trying to say that this is like an optimal way to do Minecraft roleplay. Overall, it was just that I was very, very immersed in the VCraft experience, and I struggled very much with getting back into real life. But it's fine, and that's life, and that's life.
Yes.
Sometimes you just don't handle it well, but in the end, the event itself went great, and that's all that matters.
Yes, and to comfort them, since then you have been seeing your family and touching grass. Yes.
That is true.
Yeah,
Have
you? Yes.
Yes. I've been seeing my family plenty. I've been touching plenty of grass. It's been fine.
Let's go. There we go.
Yippee. Yay.
Yes. Oh, can I introduce the rooms to you? Can I show you the rooms of the people?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yes. Okay. So, as you know, all the previous guests have made their own little room. And yeah, we'll be making a room for you too. This is Zaddy's.
Oh my goodness.
This is Lucas.
Zaddy.
Zaddy.
Zaddy's room.
Zad. Yeah, and that's Father Shoe's room.
Is Father Shoe. There's an Enderman. Is this him? Is that Father Shoe?
Oh, Father Shoe?
There he is.
Father
Wow,
Shoe?
you look different. Have you lost weight? Wow.
Father Shoe. Oh, all right.
Some nice chairs.
Yeah, no, they're pretty nice. Yeah, it's giving podcast.
Comfy.
It's giving late night talk show. Yeah.
Is Fortnite overrated? Let's discuss.
I would say yes.
6-7.
Okay. All right. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. Sorry,
Right.
I felt Father Shoe's spirit get into me for a second there and made me say that.
You're not the only old man who likes 6-7.
And this, of course, this is Calvin's room. This is Calvin's room. Look at that.
Calvin's
Oh, this is cute. Oh man, he's really good at building in Minecraft. Honestly, I'm surprised. Even filling up like the wardrobe with stuff, like, oh man.
I know.
Oh man.
Yeah, he
He's
was so
good. He's-
respectful.
he's-
He returned all his building materials into the wardrobe.
Oh man.
I know.
Oh man.
And
Yeah.
and I gave him a sunflower to put on his wardrobe too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. This is so
Yeah.
nice. This is such a cute idea. Oh my god.
Yippee.
Oh wow, look at this. Storage
And
room.
this-
Oh, wait. This is Zealand. This has got to be Zealand.
Yep. Unfortunately, the
With the
sick
fucking
and evil,
oh my god,
sick
look at
and
this.
evil twisted man. He made the community center, but except it's him packing up all his bags and boxes to leave.
And there's egg tart. No way.
Yes.
No way this
The
man
sick
did that. That
and
is evil. That's
disgusting,
fucked up.
wicked,
That's
evil man.
Evil man. Evil
He was
evil
here
man.
for hours thinking what he should do, and he
Whoa.
decided he's going to make the community center abandoned, dark, and full of cobwebs.
Hold up. Music's playing from somewhere. Where is that music playing from?
I actually don't know. It's not playing for
There's
me.
like wait, music's not playing for you? Wait, where is that music coming from? Oh, I'll tell you what. Fuck's sake. It's the ages ago, I installed a mod for Cottage Witch that plays like quote unquote fantasy music, thinking like, yeah, this will be nice.
Okay.
And then it turns out that it's just full of like a bunch of kind of mid royalty free stuff. And it just suddenly like blasted me with this like tavern bard like bam, 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 oh ye brother da, 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 da. I was like, where the fuck is that coming from? And then, but then it's just from the game, so it's fine.
I see. But yeah, this is a sick and twisted evil man. Evil.
It is. I really admired his commitment to his character, like, and it was always surprising to me how well so many people who hadn't really RP'd before, how well they managed to sink into their characters. Like Zealand, especially with his understanding of I say Zealand, I'm talking about the real guy, Zeo, and how well he understood his character and how well he managed to kind of stick to the way that his character would react to certain situations. For example, you know, the way he left, like missing out on the last day. That's not easy to do, but to commit to your character's arc, it created so much for us to think about in the last day. It was a very bold way of kind of taking control of that story. It was really important. And I think that's kind of an important thing about these RP scenarios is that while it's important for everyone to have a chance to shine, but it's also important to be brave enough to let it be about you for a little while, because otherwise I think that we can kind of be gripped by a lot of fear about like, oh, what if I'm going too far? What if I'm gonna like say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing? What if I'm ruining people's fun? But then nothing happens. Like the server just sort of, you know, stagnates, and then we don't really do anything, kill the Ender Dragon. It's like, well, I guess I'm gonna build my cozy home now, and then nothing else really goes on. So yeah, I mean, big props to like everybody for being able to do that. Everybody had like such big moments towards the end. It was so cool.
Yes, apparently Zeal had started off with the intention of just living the cottagecore farming life and to just do everything possible. He wanted to do so much, learn magic, farm, cook, and just live a very like fulfilling, wholesome cottagecore life. But then on day 2, that's when he decided to lock in and write the most crazy lore for his character. And I really appreciate that because his character has so much complexity, and that complexity brought up so many good moments. Because while I guess Zealand is the friendly old man in the community workshop, there was a lot of hidden anger and self-hatred within him too, which I think was very juicy, added a lot to the plot. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely, yeah. And I like how just the parallels between him and Vetruvius. I was stunned. when he and I had our conversation. Yes! It was fascinating because him mentioning his origin of like, you know, in the community center, people always coming in and stealing shit, and him using that as an excuse to turn the community center into, you know, to turn his home into the community center because people kept taking from it anyway. Meanwhile, Vetruvius was also being stolen from, but he took that as, I have to root out and destroy anyone who would do this to me. And it's these two men who have all this anger, but use it in different ways. And still, I think both perspectives are pretty justifiable. Like from Vetruvius's POV, it's like, why would you allow these people to do this to you. By allowing that, you're only kind of encouraging that behavior. But then from Zealand's POV, you know, anger begets greater anger. The more that you return fire to these people, the more that you're only going to encourage them to do that more. It's just, you know, both their perspectives was so understandable. And I think something else that's hilarious about that like conversation we had was that Vetruvius was terrified to talk to Zealand because Zealand was the only character who came close to, like, when Vetruvius showed up at like the town hall and came in there, Zealand like immediately came in and tried to fight him, and he actually did a decent amount of damage, which I thought, like, okay, for Vetruvius's story, he's afraid to die, and so he saw himself come close to death for a moment and was terrified of Zealand. He was like, he's actually more powerful than I thought. And then, but on the flip side, Zeal, the guy, was apparently mortified about having to roleplay one-on-one with me, which is really sweet of him, because I thought he did amazingly well. Like, not just in that scene, but like his RP across the whole thing, like how well in character he was and how well he held up in that conversation and like invited so much interesting conversation. I loved how in that conversation he was so like gentle, and I think it was really interesting how Vetruvius had built up this really terrifying idea of Zealand in his head, and then he was very just like, he gave him apple cinnamon cookies, and he asked him about baking and all of that kind of stuff. It was a really sobering conversation, and that happened like half an hour before I needed to go and use the horsefuck spell to blow the crater in the ground, and it was like, oh man, this is like such a whiplash of emotion, but you know, it worked really well.
Yes, I'm very, very curious, actually. While we talk about all of this, I have so many questions I want to ask. But in the meantime, shall we get you some items? There's one more room you haven't looked at, by the way. There's one more room that you have not looked at.
Should be. Oh my god, this is Lamps. Oh my god. Lamp, it's me. It's me. Oh my god. Lamp. Yes. Lamp. Wow. Just. I struggle to find the words to describe her impact. All in like the second to last episode on Vitru. I literally barely interacted with her, and then the final like day, she just like, you know, it's amazing. I in real life, I like needed a moment after I saw the painting she did for Vetruvius. It was like, Jesus Christ. It was so beautiful. It was a real artist's perspective. I don't know. We'll talk about it more when we get to like the proper questions and stuff. But this was she had incredible, and also blew me away as an actress. Like in the final day when she found out Zealand had gone, and like, I never even knew that she had any acting experience, but like those were real tears. I was really like,
bestie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to tell you, but I don't think we were acting. I think we were all genuinely devastated.
Yeah.
I think we're all just parasocial with Zealand's character.
Literally, it's gone.
Because it was devastating. It was so devastating. It
was, yeah. So sad.
Yes, but yeah, we had a really good talk, and just like reminisced a lot on just everything, and yeah, we talked about the painting of Vitruvius's eye too, and how that came to be as well.
Oh yeah,
that was peak.
When I saw that, I gasped. I've not gasped at anything. I don't gasp at anything. I gasp as a joke. I go like, like when something's like, oh wow, like, oh no, girly, why'd she say that? But like, I've never been so shocked at something to genuine. I think the last time I gasped out loud was when was like that one scene where all the sound cut out in Star Wars Episode 8. That was like 8 years ago. Like, and that, so it's just, wow. It shocked me so much because we barely interacted, to know, not just for me as a person, but for Vetruvius as well, the idea that he could have done all that and have been so self-centered and have served himself so much, and yet someone in the town was thinking about him and was empathizing with him and was rooting for him, in their own way that whole time. Like, it's the most, like, humanity wins always, because, you know, deep down empathy is like the most sacred emotion we have. And he didn't believe that for the longest time, and then it really comes out in that moment. Like, that's definitive proof that goodness is real in these people, and he didn't believe that, but he was starting to, and then it was like, no, there's no way he can be a villain again after seeing that. It's just, he's like, yeah, I surrender. It's over. You know, it was beautiful. It was a really beautiful moment.
And that was beautifully said as well, because genuinely, this, I feel like, has been such a good learning experience for me as well. And just reaffirming a lot of the beauty I see of just community, of people, of learning to trust others, and of empathy as well. And yeah, the whole time in Lamp's episode, I was just singing praises. I was saying, like, you know, she thought a lot of the times that when she started painting, it was very self-serving and she didn't expect for it to have any impact on anybody. But I said, like, the way you see the world is beautiful. And for you to share that as art, you deeply impacted so many people, and people will look at this painting like 20 years from now, right? Say the painting of Vetruvius' eye, they'll feel the same feelings they did on that same day, and that's the power that art has, and it's beautiful. And yeah, it's sick and evil and twisted.
Evil fucking people. Evil people.
All right, here's a pickaxe. Here's an axe. Let me know if you need anything. I have creative mode on, so yeah.
Yippee.
Yeah.
Oh man, now it's time to make my room. I don't know. I don't even know what I would do, because I don't know. Building is not really something I'm very good at in Minecraft. I tend to prefer the RPG elements and, like, crafting stuff, doing the spells. I was always relying on the prefab builds, so I'm curious about... Oh, I know what we need. All we need to do is just make it very simple. You know what? It's got to be like the cave. It's got to be like the cave that I was in the second part. I'll just make it like that mossy cave, and then I'll put a little room I'll make it small, and then I'll put a little room in the corner, and I will have the peanut and butter, the elephants in there. And also, what was the now you gave me like a little what was it? Like a little gift, and it was like a little present that Nabubu gave to Vitruvius at some point.
Orange cat pot with flowers in it.
Yeah, we need to get one of those, because after he got that, he put it next to his bed, and kept it there, because it was like our last little reminder of, you know, the people that he loves, and all of that. It's just, man, it's so sad.
Oh, I'm gonna need Chad's help with that. I'm gonna need Chad's help with that and finding what the pot was called. Oh, it's the orange. Oh, I think I found it. Okay. I got it. No worries.
Oh man, this is bringing me. It's so crazy to be so nostalgic for something that happened in September. It was literally like 3 months ago. And it feels like that was a whole era in our lives. When I was watching the interview you did with Calix, him describing it as the most intense summer camp experience is very real. Like, you know, the UK, I'm not sure how common of an experience summer camp is in the UK, but I definitely understand what he's kind of referring to, because for those 2 weeks we really stepped away from real life and went into this whole new way of being. Minecraft felt like real life. These characters we met felt like real people. And the most amazing thing for me was, having kind of been a bit isolated from the wider VTuber community for a while and only really interacting with other people in Niji, there was so many people in VCraft that I was meeting for the first time. And so I met them, including you, as your character. And like, Nobubu was a person that I knew for 2 weeks, and then afterwards I got to meet you. It was a really surreal experience, and I think I was feeling pretty like forlorn after it ended, because I felt like these were real people that I knew and had gotten to know, and then I had to just accept that, like, actually these were all just characters and we were just pretending the whole time. And it makes me wonder how, like, healthy versus unhealthy that is, because it definitely had a pretty, it had an emotional impact on me that felt, difficult to deal with, but also I think that it sort of I think being able to experience like a wide array of emotion is broadly speaking a good thing. And I think that having really emotional experiences, even if overall you feel sad when you do, I think that's like, I think that's a good thing to do, personally.
Also, where are you, by the way? I cannot find
Oh,
you.
I went off to go cut down some trees. I thought you were gonna.
Oh, I can give you some wood. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
I went off to go get some resources. I thought, oh, okay. Let me come back. I thought that was what we were doing.
Like, did I lose
I thought that's what we were doing. My bad.
I lost him already.
What can I say? All right, I'm coming back.
But yeah, it's all good, all totally good. That's so funny. Yes. But yeah, I remember you mentioning that. I think a little bit of like the idea that like all these, like characters that you interact with, all these people you interact with over the 2 weeks, you get to really know them as like their character. But then the second you step away from them, you're like, oh wait, actually I know nothing about this person. They're not, I guess that person that I have been interacting with for 2 weeks. And it does kind of feel strange and a little bit sad in a way. But this is why I'm so down to do this podcast and to get to know people more. But also just like doing collabs as well. Like we did the Mage Arena collab together. And yeah, that was super fun as well. Yeah. And we also, this is our second official time interacting on stream, like outside of VCraft, because you also popped in for my birthday and that was so cool. That was so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is technically our second time interacting on stream together outside of VCraft, which is kind of crazy.
Hells yes. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, yeah.
Not second time, third time, if you include Mage Arena. Yes.
If you play Mage Arena, yeah. And also MC Eternal, we had a bunch of unscripted interactions there as well, yeah.
That was so fun. And our freaking dragons.
Oh, the dragons, yeah.
Beef.
Man, so sad that those dragons wound up kind of they were so difficult to find in the end. It sort of wound up like kind of killing the experience. Like I remember like while we were searching for them, I had to go and I was just like, man, I wish like I want like hanging out is gonna be so fun, but low-key like this is really boring. Like just searching for these dragons and being like, yeah, we have to use like F3 and like chunk finders to try. It's a bit silly. It's a bit silly.
But yeah,
there's an amethyst. There's a little Certus quartz deposit down here. I think maybe we can. I don't really know how to expand from this. Maybe we can just move. Maybe let's move a little further down to make mine.
Oh,
if you want to come out, I'll block it back up.
You kind of found a cave in a sense.
in a sense, yeah, I did.
This is kind of a cave.
Immediately, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna block it up, and then we'll go down like a few more blocks.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Okie dokie. Bop, and down like here.
But yeah, so you mentioned...
Oh, there's another bloody cave. What the hell? There's an enormous cave. Okay, and there's creepers. All right, never mind.
Oh, wow, I see. Well, I mean, that's definitely the cave you were looking for.
That's definitely the cave.
That's definitely a cave.
Oh, man. So where? Okay, Lamp's room is there. Maybe I could go on the other side or something.
Yeah, perhaps. Dude, I'm starting to feel bad for the mayor who's gonna have to make a room in the cave.
He'll love that. He'll make it in. He'll make it in super hell. He'll make it in super hell.
He can make it super hell.
Exactly. Okay. What if it's like right below? Well, no. Okay. Well, that's exactly where the Certus quartz plates is. Oh my god, so annoying. Okay. Let me try and think of what to do about this.
Something you can consider doing is having a room like just maybe directly opposite, horizontal.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah. Let me go a bit lower and see what else is there. Oh, just the cave, yeah. Yeah.
You know what? I don't mind. I kind of like the idea of I'm gonna just deal with the Certus quartz and just kind of remove it because we've got I forgot we have FTB Ultimine again.
Yes,
so we can just get rid of it.
Yes.
Thank God that's back. I missed it terribly.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I can do this. All right. Minecraft building time.
Yes. But yeah, so earlier you mentioned how like initially you kind of wanted to be a villain, but you weren't sure how that went about. I guess what made you want to be a villain this time round after Nietzsche Enchanted?
Right. So basically, I think the thing about it is that Vetruvius the First, his story is very like meta in a way. Because Nietzsche Enchanted was my first experience really with true like RP in a game with people that I knew. I'd done a bit of light RP like on RP servers in games like World of Warcraft before, but that was all with total strangers and never really made like a lasting connection. So it was always just kind of like, you know, you have like a slightly medieval conversation with a stranger and then that's it. You know, there's nothing else to it.
Yes.
But that was my first experience and I got really, really invested. And the thing is that what we had was this experience. Okay, could I have some like mossy stone maybe?
Of course, I'll give you.
Thank you.
Do you want bricks or just this infested mossy stone?
Just stone, and so some mossy stone, and then also some moss, and yeah, just like, yeah, like what's like the mossy grass, you know, that you find in caves? Is that just moss? Oh yeah, moss. There you go.
Yes.
Oh,
I think it's moss,
perfect.
yes.
Yeah. That'll do. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, I'm gonna try and make this more organic, I think.
Yeah, sounds good. But yes, as you were saying, medieval conversations, yes.
Yeah, so you would have that, but then in Nietzsche Enchanted, what basically happened was I decided day one, like, I was totally new to it, but I was like, I kind of want to be a wizard. I was feeling like I was in a bit of a wizard phase. I just thought wizard posting was funny, like, oh, pondering my orb, yes. I thought that was pretty funny. And so I was excited to do that. And then I got really sucked into playing the game, really enjoyed it. And then we kind of hit a point where I had learned enough. It was, I think when I first made the fuck off spell, and it like I used it in front of Sunny and Luca, and they were like, what? And I think that level of like, oh wow, I'm really like my character's kind of busted. It was really sort of a fun. But the problem with that server was that it wasn't limited time. It was like something that people played on for fun. So you can't really be the villain on a server like that without pissing people off. It was like, I really wanted, once we killed the Ender Dragon, that server kind of just ceased to exist. Some people still played on it to do builds and stuff, and we had the fun cook-off. But in terms of like goals, nothing really happened because, and I thought about like, we need an antagonist, and everyone in the comments was saying, oh, you know, Vetruvius is going to wind up being the villain. And there was a great moment with Willerton, which was so brilliant, right? It was like, I learned Zeus Cannon, you know, the giant lightning spell. I figured that out. And so I figured out that giant lightning spell. I showed it off to Willerton in Nietzsche Enchanted, and then I turned to him and I said, yeah, and he was like, yeah, well, what about the election, right? What if magic gets banned? And I turned to him and I said, who's going to stop me? And then immediately everyone in chat was like, oh no, he's going to become the villain or whatever it is. And then he had this conversation with Sunny, who, it wasn't the sheriff, he was like this dog boy character. And he was like, yeah, we have to keep Vetruvius in check. And I overheard that I like interrogated Sunny, asked him, and then I went to confront Willerton. And we were on top of like a little floating platform near to my house, and I was asking Willerton, I was like, Willerton, so what's going on? I heard you might have had that conversation. He was lying through his teeth, being like, oh no, we were saying like to help you move into town if you ever wanted to do that. Yeah, well, you know, I would never confront you. And then I looked at him, I said, I've got another question for you. And he was like, yeah? Do you think I'm stupid? And then there was like there was an edit somebody made on Twitter. There was an edit somebody made of this moment with like music from Full Metal Alchemist of like, oh my God. And I cast this spell on him that like deletes the ground, and he like fell through the platform and died to fall damage. And it was like, man, from that moment on, I was addicted. I was addicted to like that feeling of these big RP moments. But because it's not a limited time server, you couldn't really do that kind of thing without like just sort of ruining people's fun. Like if someone's been building a house, you can't really come in and blow it up without it being, you know, without it being like a big deal and just kind of sort of ruining their day. And I didn't want to do that. So in a limited time server, I realized, wait a minute, on the like by the end of this, there's going to be so much room for like, yeah, you know, it's not going to matter because the server's going away the next day. So I sort of thought, okay, I really, really want to be able to do that. But, you know, I was sort of, in the first few days, I was like, yeah, well, how am I going to do this? How am I going to be a villain? And I was thinking about that for maybe day 1, 2, and 3. But then day 3 happened and the actual plot started. The events of L. Roswell stealing from him. And I was just suddenly, I wasn't thinking, how do I create this story? The story was just happening on its own. And Vetruvius was being pushed and pulled in all of these different ways. And a lot of him comes from... I'm very easily rage baited. I tend to get very like antsy about rules and structure and that kind of thing. And so when all of like, when stuff was getting stolen, people were kind of messing with my stuff. I was sort of like, you know, I was getting really upset about it. So basically, I've ranted a lot, but to get back to like the question of how did you decide you wanted to be the villain? Basically, Vetruvius the First had so much power. I learned all the spells, but because it wasn't a limited time, I never really got to use them to their fullest extent. Fuck Off was just making big explosions for no reason and all of that. And so as Vetruvius II, I decided I'm going to get to the same level of power and I'm actually going to get to use these spells for a purpose. And we saw at the end, using the horse fuck off spell and then a full battle, everyone against me. It was everything I could have ever wanted from that experience. That was like literally the best moment for me, or one of the best moments was that final battle.
Jumped by 20 people.
Getting my ass jumped by 20 people and still holding it. Like literally it took 20, like everyone was dumping damage into me. It took 20 minutes for them to finally kill me when I ran out of food.
Fast too.
I was flying fast. I was murdering people. Nobody stood a chance. It was fun. And then Zaddy cubes me, but then I used fuck off to blow up the cube, and I took no damage from it. It was fucking amazing. Yeah, it was so amazing. It was brilliant. Could I have some like mossy cobblestone and some regular and some like smooth stone? No, some smooth stone, and I'm trying to figure out like how to make this look natural. So smooth stone. And some just like a couple stacks of smooth stone if you could.
Okay. And then I'll get you a couple stacks of mossy cobblestone as well. Yes, here we go. Is he bothering you, Queen? Yeah. But yeah, dude, that is actually so crazy. Like, I genuinely still can't believe all of that happened. Like, how on earth? Like, that whole final battle was genuinely insane. Like, the whole idea of you just flying around, getting your ass kicked, but still not taking any damage, and also eating, like. And
I had the picnic basket and I was like flying into the air, like strategically gliding around and then and I'd be like, oh, my villain snack. Oh, this is so delicious. It was like, because at that point, Vetruvius had given up on being a villain and he just needed to do the battle to lure out L. And so for him, he was like, well, I'm going to let these people take out their anger on me and I'm going to do what my father would have really wanted to do. And yeah, it was like the one way that he could have, at that stage in his character development, have still had a big battle. And I'm so glad that we did. I'm so glad that we did.
Yeah, can I just say, I find all of this to be so, like, ionic, but also so, like, well done in its outcome that it's shocking because Nabubu ends up being the person to kill L. And that's so ionic. Yeah, that's so ionic. And the whole reason was because I remember, like, a whole group standing around him. I was like, why is no one killing him? And then I left, thinking someone else would kill him. I came back, he was still there, no one had killed him. And so I was like, this is stupid, I'm just killing him. And then it just happened. It was so anticlimactic. But also I was like, I think it's so ionic how the source of all of Vetruvius's hatred and anger and paranoia ends up being destroyed by Nabubu. Not because she was angry, because she was like, what the hell, why is no one else doing this? And it's always like that. Nabubu's always asking, why is no one else doing anything? She's always asking this one question. Like, why is it always no one else doing anything?
Always. No one else wants to do the hard jobs. That was a really interesting part of your character, I thought, was that you have this very innocent exterior, but you have like a very mature outlook, and you know you're not going to be fooled or convinced or anything like that. Like Vetruvius asking you to join him, you're still, you know, Nabubu, you said, was based on your inner child, and yet you're still not going to have the naivete of a child. You hear that and you're like, all right, buddy. Like, I'm sure, whatever you say, you know? And I think that was like a really interesting distinction to make for your character. I really enjoyed like how, and also it was important because it meant that Vetruvius could like kind of be kept in check by you, you know? Like he needed someone who empathized with him and understood what he was going through, but also wasn't going to just let what he was going through control him. It did for a while, but Nabubu was his anchor to life, and she was anchoring him to good the whole time. And there was the one reason why he never fully went off the rails and started just murdering everybody no matter what was because she was there, and he didn't. And he, even though he did accidentally hurt her a couple of times, he didn't actually want to. It was just because he was locked in on aura farming at that moment.
Oh my god, so crazy! By the way, like my initial plot ideas for Nabubu were literally like nothing. I was like, she's gonna be a gag character. Her entire theme is big backing because she's hungry all the time. Like that was the idea. That was the plot. And it's strange because I never expected any of this to happen. And I suppose this kind of bleeds into some of the audience questions. So if that's okay, I want to ask you some audience questions because they kind of are relevant to what we're talking about just now. Oh god, I gotta find it. But okay. So like, for example, one question that kind of touches on this briefly is that what was your first impressions of one another?
I don't know. I think so. The first time I think we met on the server was when you were getting accosted by the mayor, who was yelling at you about magic, and then it was kind of a great moment because he was like, "Oh yes, you can't trust these witches. Their magic is only meant to harm and to bring you down." And all that. And then you were just, and then I came over and I was like,
"Listen to me, Zalili."
I was like, well, I don't know about all that. And I think that it was a really important distinction to make for Vetruvius because I came over and I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but this is like, you know, I haven't met this person before, so let's just see what's going on. And I think that like defending you and like saying, don't worry about it, you know, magic isn't scary and that kind of thing, that was definitely a window into who he really is as a character, is that he is someone who has, you know, who does have a passion for magic and also does care for people, and he wants people to he just kind of like has a natural instinct to try and do the right thing. I think that was sort of what led him to do a lot of evil in the long run, is that his concept of good versus wrong was very, very warped. But in our first impressions, I think it was difficult to get a first impression right from the beginning, but I think the best first impression was when, I tell you what it was. It was when you first asked me a question about magic, and I came over to your tower, and then you were like, so this happened, and then I went on doing this, and it was like, and then I think you did, what was it? You lost your broom, and then started like crashing out and lying on the floor. I remember on my stream, I did like the third person POV to look at my own face, like my reaction to you just talking and blabbering on for like 5 minutes. But I remember feeling like, man, this is so cute. This is hilarious. And just being like, okay, this is definitely a character. This is definitely someone that Vetruvius would get attached to very quickly. And, you know, it was like, okay, well, I want to teach you. I want to make sure that you... It was interesting because Vetruvius was like, you know, he was afraid of people becoming more powerful than himself because of the way that his father would berate him for not being as strong as he was. And yet, when it came to helping someone like Nabubu get stronger, it was like second nature. He couldn't help it. You know, I think that it immediately sort of... What I think about you is that it's like after we had our big conversation... at the end whale point, I asked you to join me and all that kind of stuff. And you were like, I don't want to be the main character. I didn't ask for this. I don't want to be the main character. But you inexplicably became the main character because you were just really nice to everyone, you know? I think that's kind of a really important point to remember. You were just there. You were there like just being very like, you know, you were taking the time to hang out with people. It didn't feel like you were, you know, content farming or anything. You were just being nice to people, trying to enjoy the game. And I think that just endeared itself to people, and they wanted you to be a part of their stories. And I think that that's an important perspective to remember. You know, you just wound up becoming the main character, and I think that that's something to be proud of. I don't know. I guess it's difficult to say what the first impression was. I guess I just kind of sensed like, I don't know. I feel like there's something good here. I don't know.
Well, I want to clarify that everyone is their own main character in their own stories, because there were definitely some characters that I had never talked to in like much ever, and they're still very much the main character of their own stories as well. But for me, I was also very shocked because, as I said earlier, I did not expect to like be a part of so many serious RP moments, to be a part of such a grand narrative, to be a part of any of this. I was so like shocked. I spent 7 hours on the first day trying to figure out how to make a broom. Like it's bad. Like I mentioned, like I have never played Minecraft seriously until VCraft, like ever. I was learning everything on the go. So that also kind of made sense for Nabubu's whole story too, where she came here and she doesn't know a lot of things and she's young and she's learning. So it did make a lot of sense as well. But as for first impressions though, I would like to say, again, from that specific first meeting, you don't really get an impression. Well, actually, I can't even pause. I take that back. I did get an impression. So Vetruvius said something diabolical, I think. It was like okay, I can't remember the specific line, but it was something like something about something like but Vetruvius the first was just accomplished like alchemist. He wouldn't actually use like witchcraft or magic. And I think Vetruvius said something back along the lines of like, magic is real, yada yada yada. Would you like to try get a taste of this lightning?
Jesus Christ!
Something like that.
Jesus Christ!
And also, like I think the mayor was like, "Oh, your power is not real, and you're a fraud, you're fake." And he said something along the lines of like my power isn't fake. But it was, I can't remember, but it was something diabolical. Chat, help me out. Do you remember what he said? It was something like diabolical, but very like full of self-confidence, you know? It was like,
I don't remember what I said, but that would make sense. Could I get some like some oak logs, please? And also if we could light up this area at the back, that would be great.
Yes. Oak logs.
Also some water, like a bucket or two of water would be nice.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then let me just quickly light this place up. Yippee! And then
thank you.
I'll make like a little like area just for water. Time to use my favorite spell, conjure water. Yippee!
Nice.
But yeah, so I guess my first impression, it was more so of your character. It was like, wow, this guy is so like, do not look down on me. Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Why am I not picking up water? Wait, can you try pick up water? For some reason, I can't use the bucket.
Sure.
Is it because I'm in creative mode?
Oh yeah, I can.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I was like, whoa, this guy is very like full of self-confidence, very self-assured. Do not try me, do not test me. But I think in that moment as well, Nabubu was like, this guy seems strong. Maybe we should learn magic from this guy. Yeah. Yeah.
That's and then the rest just kind of happened. Oh man.
Yeah.
It was a really good first meeting, and we had so many great moments like early on with like the election when Vetruvius voted for Nabubu, and like going to see what doing the thing with the Dick and Balls whale, all of that kind of stuff.
Yes, definitely.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So cute.
But yeah, I think. Oh yeah, kind of related onto that question. Here's another audience question: is that okay? So how did you two feel about the first time seriously RPing together? And were you guys expecting to vibe so well?
I mean, we like the most we spoke outside of outside of VCraft was you like sending me the notes for the court case and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, we had literally never interacted whatsoever. So I really don't think there was any way of us anticipating anything. You know, it really felt like we were just going into it. I didn't really know what was going to happen. The thing about being that immersed is that there's no real way to have any expectations. It just kind of happens, you know? Like, I don't remember the moment when I decided, oh yeah, Nabubu's definitely the character that's like going to be best to do this kind of thing with. It just sort of wound up being that way because, you know, we wound up getting paired up on the court case and we wound up getting paired up through all kinds of different things, and we just, you know, we interacted a whole bunch. And then really, you know what it was? I think that you cemented yourself as like a really important character to Vetruvius because he had just blown up Mary's house and was feeling like, oh man, I'm fucked up. I can't believe I did that. And then he flew off to his cave and hid himself from everybody. And then you were the one who sent him a postcard. So that was the first day that I got used to the feeling of being a bit of a bad guy. People were kind of accusing him of stuff, but then you sent him that postcard and it was a really big emotional moment. I think that was like, man, this is a person who's actually really thinking about him and is considerate of what he might be going through, and that's an important thing, you know, that's special to him. So I think that's sort of where it came from. But then, yeah, what about you?
It's funny you mentioned the postcard thing because I think I sent that postcard like without knowledge that the Sky Village was blown up. I think it was just like a postcard.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was just like a postcard that was sent before then. Just because I finally got my thing working, my mail address working. So I was just sending thank you letters to people. Just because I was like, oh, I have a thing now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I remember I sent like a few postcards that day because I was like, wow, I have a postcard now and these are kind of hard to get. Who should I send my first letter to? You know what? Let's send it to Nabubu's teacher. Thank you for teaching me magic. You're so awesome. Yay.
Sweet. That's so sweet. And it's like,
yeah, it helped
such
out.
a great, if I could interject real quick, it's like, it's such a great commentary on Nabubu's character as well. The fact that she sent him that postcard, not as this guy's kind of having a bit of a normal one today. I better send him a message to make sure that he doesn't come for me later. And in fact, that she just sent him that for, you know, she was going to send him that anyway. It says a lot. It says a lot about her intentions and what she's like, what she's capable of, you know?
Yeah, I genuinely did not expect that, but it was so cute, and how like it did end up helping Vetruvius, and like how you know the timing of it, dude. I genuinely think that this server is like sentiently watching us, like, because the timing of some of these
genuinely.
Oh, the timing of some of these events is insane, bro. It's insane.
Oh, man.
But yeah, as for me. Let's see. How did I feel about the first time seriously RPing together? Terrified, peeing my pants 24/7. Oh my god. Just I feel like because I don't have a lot of RP experience and I don't have a lot of experience in Minecraft as well, I was very nervous a lot of the time. And I think playing this character of Nabubu was good in the sense that I could be a character that isn't afraid to be like, I don't know what's going on. But in a lot of like the serious moments, there were so many moments where I genuinely had like cold sweat. Like I cried a lot too. I was very dehydrated, but also a lot of like moments that I was like chills, literal chills, cold sweat running down my back. Because like, dude, that moment when I was talking to Calvin in the monastery and this sudden like glowing orb just starts moving on its own. This orange glowing orb just starts moving on its own. I was so insane. That was so insane. And the fact that like I didn't even see the orb first. At first, I just heard footsteps. I just hear footsteps echoing down on the stone floors of the monastery, and there was nobody there. And I'm like, what? And then this orb appears in front of my face, like, genuine chills, like, oh. Absolute cinema, but I was also like, this is so insane. What?
I loved using the focus, the orb as like, you know, because I go invisible, but I keep that equipped, so I'm just like this little floating orb. Every time I had a villainous meeting in secret, like whenever I met with the breadwinner or anything like that, I would always like just be invisible with the orb and tell them to come to my old abandoned tower. And then they would go into the basement, the dark abandoned basement. They would see this orb floating, and I would say,
so
"I've
terrifying."
been expecting you." It was so cool. It was the most fun thing ever. Was like just doing all of that villain stuff. It was so good. I think like the main thing about RPing with you though for serious is that like to my understanding, you never really had done anything like that before, but you acclimated to it so well. And it was like, especially on the day, like the moment after Vetruvius accidentally blew you up, and then we had that conversation with like the real tears and all of that. I was so drawn in and so like I felt so genuinely awful, even though it was a total accident and really didn't want to do it. But how fitting as well that his own fear winds up getting people hurt and all of that kind of stuff. It was just, stuff. And the fact that it was specifically you that died and wound up causing
Who
like
wrote this?
Who wrote the script? Who wrote the script for this Minecraft server that we were just playing on? I know. This I thought you did incredibly well with a lot of like the serious RP, and I gotta say thank you for the like having a secret rendezvous point and being someone, because I need you to understand. How have you watched a lot of Star Wars?
I've never watched Star Wars.
So, in the sequel trilogy, there's the main character Rey, who is like a prodigious Jedi who comes from like a scrap planet and all of that. And then there's Kylo Ren, who is the son of Han Solo, and Princess Leia, who is an incredibly powerful Force user who gets manipulated and turned into a villain. And near the end of episode 8, there's a point where he's like killed his old master, and then in this burning room, he holds out a hand to her and he says, "I want you to join me." And it's like, it was the most, it came out in 2017. It was the most iconic moment of my movie going life. Every single film I've ever seen has failed to live up to the level of raw excitement I felt watching that, because I was like, that was what I wanted from the beginning, because he's so vulnerable and she is so like empathetic and like is such a hero. And it was like the moment I realized I had an opportunity to, even though in the film she doesn't join him and you didn't join Vetruvius either, the fact that I had the chance to live out that moment, I was like, oh my god, life is beautiful. This is the most incredible moment of my life. Like, this is insane. Just getting to ask this pure good character as the villain, or you can join me. I was like, yes! Yes, it's happening! It felt so good. It was insane. It was so cool. That moment, just getting to do that was the coolest thing ever.
Real. Okay, looking back with like perfect hindsight 2020 vision, I'm like, this is so cool. This is so awesome. But in the moment, I'm about to pee my pants. I'm about to pee my pants. Oh my god. Like, I could not have anticipated that. I could not have anticipated literally any of the events that were constantly happening in Nabubu's life. And so it's like, she's honestly, she lives a very tiring life. She lives a very tiring life where you're constantly having to juggle the interests of two very different worlds and trying to be the voice of empathy and reason at the same time. It's a constant balancing game of balancing two conflicting interests, two seemingly conflicting values as well, and ways to respond. And she lives a very tiring life. But
Nabubu suffers from, she's so kind, and what inevitably happens to people who are very kind is they need to then service the emotional needs of very unstable men. But which you did flawlessly, to be fair. I mean, it would have been so much worse if it wasn't for if it wasn't for you. Like, Vetruvius would have gone down such a worse path, and he would have had zero regrets about just salt the earth, murder everybody. Yes. But it was you and Calvin and Leo as well who like really sort of anchored him to humanity. Yeah. And it's crazy. It's ridiculous. I still thinking about this. Who wrote the script? Who wrote this?
Oh,
and yet it was all improv at the same time.
I know.
Could I get could I get a bed And you know what? Could I just get creative mode so I can build without needing to bother you?
It's okay. I don't mind being bothered.
Cool.
Yeah. Wait. How do I give you creative mode?
If you type /game mode game mode Vetruvius _ the second 2, I think game mode 1. Game mode
1.
I think so anyway.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't.
Wait. Minecraft Java edition.
For now, I'll give you a bed.
Mode.
I'll give you a red bed.
Okay. Or I think you just type /op Vetruvius the second, and then that'll let me set myself to creative mode.
Fantastic.
That's good. I ban you from your own server.
Yeah. But yeah, it's...
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
So
yeah.
I guess onto the second part of the question of like, were you expecting to vibe well? For the characters, I would say like, first of all, no. I don't think I could have expected like us talking at all. But yeah, but we did end up vibing really well. And I think it was a beautiful dynamic between the two. So it was very, very beautiful, but it was definitely unexpected. As for talking to Mr. Voxo, I was also just pleasantly surprised to see like there were a lot of like similarities between the characters, but there were also like a lot of like differences obviously too. And I think they were all very, very just it was a wonderful experience. It was great. Yeah.
It really was. It really was. And I think what's so important is that like we kind of live in a time where people are very sensitive about who they are as people, because with the internet and all our culture, it's so easy to get really scared of who you are on the inside. There's so much like, you know, bestie, if you're acting this way, then you got to check yourself. And it's like, well, yeah, it's really important to self-reflect. I don't think that self-reflection is being encouraged in good faith in that way. I think that there's so much more that we can do to encourage people. There's so much more we can do to encourage people to grow and self-reflect without turning it into an opportunity to get a dunk. Something like this, an experience where Vetruvius has, as a character, so many of my own flaws as a person. I think that a lot of what wound up happening to him and because of him and a lot of things he did wrong stem from really strong like rejection sensitive dysphoria, where when things go wrong or I lose or I'm wrong about something, it feels a lot more intense than it should. And it's a common thing that people with ADHD tend to get. And there were a lot of moments where that sprung out, especially during the court case, when I felt like I wasn't doing a good job, and that Elira, who's amazing with, you know, Ace Attorney Pro and all of that, and is just schooling on both of us, and the only reason they lost is because it was an undefendable case. I think that insecurity leaked into the character and worsened the issue, you know. So my own emotions and experience with the character were informing the character, and vice versa. It was sort of, you know, people call it character bleed. It was going back and forth like that. And it was so therapeutic, I thought, to experience those emotions in a place where crashing out and having big moments of emotion is rewarded, rather than something that feels scary or something that feels like people are going to, you know, tell you off for it. It felt like it was a safe place to be emotional in a bad way that teaches you about yourself and teaches you how to manage yourself in such a wonderful way. And I think that's important for everybody to get a chance to do. I learned so much about myself and my flaws through Vetruvius, and it's led me to be able to do so much more stuff. And I just think even if someone's not like an actor or has an interest in acting, I think that roleplay is so special as something that as like a tool for therapy. I really, really think that it's the most wonderful thing, and I hope more people get a chance to do it. I've tried talking to my IRLs about doing RP like that, but a lot of the time they sort of say it's difficult to do when you're not a content creator. You know, just doing it with friends is tricky, but I think it's still important to give it a try, at least from my perspective.
Do you know what's really funny is that I was going to send you this video that appeared on my FYP that literally says why D&D is therapy backed up by actual therapists. Dude, it was literally saying exactly the things you were saying of how like for a lot of people that struggle with like mental health issues or just have a lot of social anxiety, they can become different people in role play settings. They can act out things in different settings, and it allows them to explore their big feelings and their inner fears, but in a safe, controlled environment. And they can think about like how their character would respond, and it can kind of like help them and guide them in a sense to learn more about themselves on how to better navigate social settings as well. So yeah, I thought that was really interesting because I definitely see how that would be true. It's you put yourself into the shoes of someone else, but there's a little bit of character bleed as well of you having to like be self-aware enough of your own reactions, but also how your character would react to. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting like experiment that forces you to think a lot, but in a safe, controlled environment too. So yeah, it's really, really interesting.
So important.
Yeah, but I'm so glad that it's been really, really helpful and good for you as well. And like for me, I would say, I would like also say that there was a lot of character bleed in the sense where Nabubu is definitely based off my inner child and a lot of my own lived experiences as well of, because I would say like growing up, I've always unfortunately been taught to be a people pleaser. So
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, so the whole thing of wanting everybody to get along and being frustrated that they aren't is a very real experience to me. And the whole notion of because no one is getting along and because no one else is putting in any effort, I have to spread myself thin as ice just to try like mend everything. I have to like stretch myself into all four corners of the world just to try keep things together at the cost of my own, like spirit and health and well-being. So that's, I would say like the other side to Nabubu is that while she loves people, she loves the community, it's hard to always want everybody to get along. It's hard to always be the mediator. But in the end, I still find that there is so much value in doing so, in showing kindness and showing empathy. Yes, it is hard. Yes, it is draining, but there is so much like value in that. And I would 100% do it all again. And I would say like some parts of Nabubu that I also like see in myself, for the better or for the worse, as well as potentially like being a little bit too, I wouldn't necessarily call it naivety, but I would say like just hope for other people and trying to see the good in other people. Even potentially in times where maybe you shouldn't try to see the good in this person. But yeah.
I think it's like something I kept saying, like this, it's funny because the phrase I kept repeating, oh, good like this is something the world often steps out. That was just something I said to my chat while I was reading your postcard. I saw that postcard because I assumed that you had sent that after Vetruvius had his mental bee over like, Mary's house and all that.
Yes.
And so I assumed that it was like a really, it was kindness, like you were forgiving him and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, it still had its impact. And I thought about that and it's like, but it really is like, I kind of think that real kindness is something that just persists regardless of how impossibly difficult it is. It just keeps going. And we are so lucky in life to have people who can give that much. It's such a cruelty as well because in an ideal world, we would give that much to everybody. Everybody would be that kind to each other, but it just kind of doesn't work, and people don't really look after each other in quite the same way as much as I wish they did. So it had people like Nabubu who give that much and who put themselves on the line to try and constantly hold themselves to that level of, I think human beings have a tendency to basically treat kindness and love in a transactional way. Like if I've suffered enough, then I don't need to be kind to anyone because I've been through enough already.
Yes.
Or like if I've been kind to one person today, I don't really need to worry about being kind to another, but I've done my good deed for the day. Being able to stick to this level of empathy that doesn't really go away, no matter how emotionally exhausted you get, that's a superpower. That's like superhero shit. And it's the most real thing that we can hold on to, I think, especially in today's day and age where kindness is so rare. I think that's one thing that I was thinking about a lot of the time while I was busy on the server is, yeah, it just felt like it was very therapeutic for a lot of my worries about like where the world is going and that kind of stuff.
You know, on that note too, like I personally think that, you know, everybody still wants to do some good, you know, that like there is still some parts of people that they want to do some good. And I can definitely see that in like, say, characters in the Knights of Oz, say Royale or Leo or Calvin or Vetruvius. I think all of them were very misguided and a lot of them didn't have the skills to manage big emotions. When terrible, devastating things were happening in their lives, they just didn't have the skills to navigate these big feelings. And even if they did have people who kind of cared for them, but perhaps it wasn't in a way that they wanted to be cared for. And so that left them feeling unsatisfied and lost because they didn't know how to deal with these big feelings. And it makes them spiral and kind of go down a path where they just become cold-hearted individuals. But at the end of the day, like even, I remember there was a specific scene after the big crater. I understood that like, the spell wasn't intended to kill people. It was intended to be aimed at blocks. But it still ended up happening, right? And I remember Nabu asking Calvin, going like, I thought you promised not to hurt anybody. And he was like, we don't want to hurt anybody. We just want to find Elle. And I'm like, girl, but yet you did. Yet you did.
And yet you have.
And yet you have, yeah. And so like, I think a lot of times that a lot of people genuinely just never grew up with good role models of how they were supposed to behave, how they were supposed to act, how they can be kind to others, and how they can navigate big emotions when life throws curveballs at them. And which is why I think I felt a lot of like empathy even for like Calvin and Leo as well, even though they were being really, really sus and like mean sometimes. Like Leo one time came into Nabubu's house invisible to spy on her. That was so scary. There was just like invisible like footsteps in her tower.
That was what sent. It was when Imp did that to Vetruvius. That was one of the things that sent him over the edge. I was like paranoid as shit, just looking around, hearing the footsteps, being like, "Where are you?" And apparently I was hitting the wall, and there was one corner of the wall that I didn't that she was in that I didn't hit, and I was so scared. But yeah, go on about
it is
about
so
the other
scary.
stuff.
And do you know what's really funny is I don't know how. Perhaps it was the server listening to me, but in a flash. For some reason, I saw Leo's entire head. Like, it was just
oh my God.
A flash, and then it was gone. It was his entire head. I don't know how that happened. He was invisible the whole time, so I don't know how I managed to see his entire head when he used the waypoint to come in. But yeah, I was like, oh my God, Leo? And Nabubu in that moment, like, although Leo had, like, also lied to her, betrayed her, sided with Vetruvius, ended up killing people even though he promised he wouldn't, has given up on ever coming back and being part of the community. Nabubu in that moment still chose to like try have a chat with him, even though she was terrified and peeing her pants. And I think that turned out really, really well. And I would say that Nabubu wasn't always meant to be strong. Because there was a moment after when she was initially killed by Vetruvius where she was doubting everything she like ever knew and everything she ever stood for. And that's where the character of Zealand comes in as her other father figure who really grounded her and acted as that like source of stability that I think all people deserve in their lives. Like someone with that sense of calm, stability, predictability, consistency. He always listened to her. They were always on the beach together when she would be crying and ranting. And this guy would always just, you know, give her a good of, oh, you're flooding the area.
Oh, no. Oh shit.
No. Oh, okay, let's
talking
see.
about your stable father figure. Your unstable father figure has made a big mess and needs you to help. Oh man.
That's so funny. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, you got it? Very good.
Yeah, I got it.
It's so funny.
That's... Yeah, I got it.
How the tables have turned. It's no longer Nabubu flooding the world. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, Axolotl, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is so cute. This is so bonita. This is so cute.
I'm glad you like it. I was concerned. I didn't know what I was going to do for this, but yeah,
Dude,
I'm
you're
pretty proud
doing an
of this
amazing
idea.
job. This is fantastic. This
Thank
is so
you.
cute. And it's very like Vetruvius coded. Sad and alone in a cave in the one corner where he can finally
literally.
be himself. Surrounded by all the objects that remind him of the people he loves.
Who needs people when you got little mementos of those people? I'm trying to
Real.
find a good painting for this
Real.
place.
But yeah. Okay, if I can ask you, this is gonna, I don't know if you have an answer for this, but what are your top 3 favorite moments ever of VCraft Enchanted?
That's tough.
I know,
That is
it's a tough question. Yeah.
I would say, okay, top 3. Number 3, would be, oh my god, I don't actually think I can pick 3.
Okay,
Give me 5. Let me have 5.
Let
me have 5.
Have a think
Okay.
about it. Just have a think about all the characters your characters interacted with. Think of all the things you've said and seen and done.
Okay, I think I got him.
Okay,
Immediately,
okay.
this is occurring to me like what my favorites are. Okay, number 5, I would say is when I'm mixed on this moment because it felt like very emotionally like jarring in a sense because Vetruvius changed so much over the course of day 12. Like end of day 11, he's like scorched earth, gonna kill everybody, and then by the end of day 12, he's just I love everybody. I just want to be good again. But there was a moment when I invited Leo and Calvin to my house. And the big thing is that the house in the cave was always something I'm never telling anybody where it is. Because if I keep my things in that house and it's so far away that nobody could ever possibly find it, then there's nothing people can take from me. If I get killed, it's, he was still scared to die, but he's like, even if I die, I'll still have my research and it won't matter and no one can get in the way anymore. But even Calvin and Leo, he was like, I'm not going to show them where it is. But then at the end, he finally decides to do so. And when we did that and we were preparing basically for Leo and Calvin to go off and meet up with Elle, and we're going to try and draw Elle out, we realized that was going to be the last thing the Knights of Ours ever did. That was going to be the day that it's like we've served our purpose and we realize now that the greater evil is Elle and we need to do the right thing. And it was this realization of, things are coming to an end now, and also these characters kind of start to appreciate that they have found companionship in each other, right?
Yes.
So basically what happened was, Vetruvius is kind of giving the two of them a talk, and he's like trying to sort of, debrief, like, okay, this is it. Like the Knights of Ours are basically going out for their final mission. And he says, thank you for having been my knights. And then I looked at Calvin and I said, Calvin, thank you, Calvin. And I immediately started crying, like full face bawling in real life. Well, I tried basically because Calvin and Vetruvius completed each other in such a fascinating way where their relationship was not healthy, but Calvin was seeking his mother and Vetruvius had such a poor relationship with his father. Vetruvius and was so in his shadow that he could only ever really find peace by being a father figure to someone else and being for Calvin what his father never was for him. And suddenly feeling as though, not necessarily feeling like he actually did that, but thanking Calvin for letting him feel that. Thanking Calvin for being even though they were basically the same age, letting him be like a son to, being a son to Vetruvius and letting him teach somebody, letting him nurture somebody. I know he didn't do it in the right way always, and he did lead Calvin astray from everyone else, but in his mind, he was still nurturing somebody and was still I know in his heart he did genuinely care for Calvin and wanted them both to do what they saw as the right thing. And to him, that was so important, the ability to actually nurture somebody. And that was like, and I really, really cried. Like, it was the only moment, I think, in the whole series that I was like, I just, without thinking about it, I just was like, you know, really broke down in that moment. And, you know, and Leo as well. There was a really tragic bit with Leo, like, after they had encountered Elle before, where Leo, like, was talking about, like, I don't want to live anymore because Elle was his brother. He's like, how am I any different from Elle? I'm just going to repeat the same mistakes. And then being able to reassure him and reiterate to him. And the crazy thing about Leo as well is that he, like, does not have any history with role play at all, and was like, you know, but he stepped up to that so well. It was really, really dramatic. And you know, I loved that moment so much. It really, I needed like a good 30 minutes just sat alone to decompress after that. It was really crazy. But yeah, connecting like that, and because that's what method acting does, and that's why it's so important, is that I was just sat there really feeling those emotions. I wasn't thinking like, okay, I'm acting now, I have to cry. I was really in that moment. And that's an experience that was brand new, and I really needed that. Like, it just, as a person, as an actor, it was really beautiful.
It was. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
What the?
Yeah. Number 4, I would say, would be you and me having the initial talk where we, honestly, it's so difficult to pick any specific moment from the End City. Like, I love the scene where we first found the whale, because it was so perfect, the way you had already mentioned that whales were your favorite animal, seeing the whale and being like, look outside, and you're like, doodly. I'm like, look, before it flies away, and you're like, oh. And then we had that whole bit of flying around and catching it. It was so beautiful. But I think, just for the reasons I've already talked about, the bit where after the crash out at the courthouse, they're asking you to join me, I think that the drama in that scene and just my emotions after that all happened, I really felt like, oh wow, this is a really special experience. Like, this is different, you know. It was such an incredible thing to get to do, and to have that much, you know. And then also watching your POV after I left, and you being like, what the fuck was that? Like, I loved seeing that. I loved seeing it. It was so funny. It was so funny to have like the behind the scenes, I guess.
I was crashing out.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah. Also, can I just say thank you so much for remembering all these things, like Vetruvius, and like you as well. You didn't necessarily have to like remember all these things, but like the fact you did remember that I like whales, caught the whale too. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Of course. It was like, it was such a good moment. It was so special. But yeah, and then go on. Yeah, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
The fact that like end whales were right there as well, and like
I didn't even know whales were in this shit. You mentioning the whales, and the whale specifically is there, and they get to catch it together while they're just specifically alone together on an adventure. They find specifically a whale. I don't understand. I don't understand how it goes.
I don't get it.
And
but yes, continue.
That was great. And then number 3, I would say would probably, I had one. What was it? I'm trying to think. Number 3, I would say, oh God, wait, I did have one. What was number 3? Give me a second. Number 3, probably the meeting with Zealand. We already talked about that, but it was like, that was a really intense piece of role play. Actually, no, I think, while I love that part, I think that the first full, like, a multi-hour conversation I had with Calvin was probably one of my favorite ones, because some of the lines I came out with, some of the lines that he came out with were fucking crazy. Like, that was the day after everything went down, and some of the things that, some of the interactions we had, and just not planning anything, just basically saying, Calvin, I would like to meet with you. And then from his POV, it's crazy. I used the blink spell to teleport him to the rendezvous point, and then there's a waypoint there that he could activate. But I was invisible, and I walked up to his house, and then I just told him, wait outside your house. I will come and get you. And he said, okay. And so from his POV, he's just stood there in complete silence, and then he just his footsteps looks over, and a book appears, and then loading screen. It's like, it's so fucking
That's
ominous.
so
And then he just
crazy.
appears. It's so ominous. I love like just having that much aura. It was crazy. But yeah, that was an amazing moment, and it led to so much development for those two characters. And it was the point that prompted both of us to have a simultaneous crash out when we both left, where that was when he started bouncing on his bed going, and I was going, like both of us at the same time were making all of those noises, and it was so crazy, and
that's
like that
Vetruvius
really cemented their
bro.
relationship in such a big way. Number two, I would say is I was thinking about this for number one, but number two I would say is Lamp showing Vetruvius the paintings at the art gallery, because it just floored me. It blew my mind. It blew my mind that someone would spend that long making a painting, such a genuinely like a really beautifully thought out painting in homage to such a small moment. Like she saw Vitruvius, like the fact that, I'll be honest, after the courthouse, I flew back to town, and then she based the eye painting on the fact that she said the glow in his eyes was gone.
Yes,
after
I remember.
everything at
Yeah,
the courthouse.
spark in his eye is gone.
The thing is, when I flew into town, I was in such a daze. I didn't even recognize the name. I was so unfamiliar with so many people. I just saw like, I just saw her in town. I was like, hey there. I just knew she wasn't the courthouse. I said, hey, and then just flew off. Right? Like that was it. That was it. It was this tiny little moment, but the fact that that meant so much to her and she thought about it that much, to me and Vetruvius, I remember flying away, and I had like the moment that ended, I needed to meet up with the Knights of Oz right before the final battle for the plan about Elle, and I was there flying and being like, I can't do this right now. I remember saying, people are amazing. That was how it made me feel. People are amazing. The way that someone thought that much and considered that much and wanted to, you know, even someone who in that character's perspective had done so much evil, she still saw his perspective and wanted him to be, man, it was a really beautiful moment. And that was like, I gasped, like I said, it was just crazy how much empathy she had for that character and how hard she worked on all those paintings. It was just ridiculous.
The lines that both you and Lamp dropped were also insane as well, of like
Yeah.
the canvas being the shield and the brush being the sword. That was crazy.
Yeah, and with that sword you have slayed me. I can't do this anymore.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. Number one, this is like, I've thought about this a lot. Number one, I think, is the crash out above the courthouse, because that is the most. That was a full body experience for me. Going through the courthouse experience, and how stressful that was, and how much I felt like I was freaking out about everything that was going on. Infinite Amethyst just started playing for me as well. It's crazy how much was going on, you know, and all of the build up, and thinking in my mind, the Ender Dragon is dead. Something needs to happen, but I don't know what. But I'm so scared of taking it too far, ruining the vibe. I'm like, what do I do? How do I do this? And then seeing all of this happen, all of this real character stuff, everything that he's been working for, getting just made fun of and turned into nothing in front of his face. All those emotions felt so real. And then talking to you, having all of these moments, and then talking to Rosie and her saying, yeah, I was hoping it was a little more climactic, and immediately thinking of that line, would you like me to make it more climactic for you? No. Too long! Thinking of that line, once I said that and I decided this is what I'm going to do, I'm not lying. Full body, I was like, my whole body was shaking. I was so nervous, and I was so like channeling that character's anger so much. There was a point where I was running towards everyone else, and I was struggling to hit space to jump over the block to go and get to more people to kill, because I was so like, oh, you know, like yelling that loud and experiencing that much. It was kind of a once in a lifetime moment where that much anger and that much of an experience, like doing all of that, experiencing all of that, and just coming up with these lines, and feeling also looking at other people's POV, Calvin's POV from his home, seeing the explosions fly in different directions, the way everyone in chat is like reacting to how many people are dying, and all of it just felt like it was a huge moment where everything changed. That was like the beginning of the final arc had now begun. And I remember right after I killed the mayor. I went through. I killed Illyra and Omi a second time, and then I listened to Omi like crying over Illyra's dead body or whatever it is, and then I flew off with the glide. And I remember just total silence. And I went, like, I really breathed out for the first time in like 5 minutes since it started, and it was like I just was feeling so much anxiety. And after that happened, and after all the other conversations, I sat and talked to chat for like a full hour, just trying to decompress and understand like what that felt like to get to. Because I think my main fear, like I've said before, was going too far. And Luca had told me before, it was like it'd be great if you could run some like events for the server, and I thought, yeah, no, I can definitely do that. But then when it came down to it, I was like, what is too far? What's too much? And I guess because of everything that led up to that point, I just thought, we've got 5 days left. All the end game sort of bosses have been beaten. There's nothing really left to do. Someone needs to be the bad guy. This is what I've wanted from the beginning. And then all the pieces lined up. It just, I think as a feeling, full body experience, nothing can really replace that for me, I don't think. But yeah, there was so many other moments. I mean, the part like in Lamp's art gallery where you and I saw the Nabubu and Vetruvius painting for the first time, and there was the reconciliation and the hug. There's just so much, and I wish I could go back and feel those things again. But it's also important that that's something that we experience once and learn from, and then our next experiences with something like this will be different in their own good ways.
Yeah, man. Honestly, just like recalling all of these moments, they were so good. I genuinely am so shocked how all of this was just improvised, just role play, and just on the spot as well, like conjuring up all those emotions, channeling them into the moment. Sure, that like the narratives itself did help, and the sequence of events and leading up to that crash out also did help. But just summoning all of those big feelings and just going like, okay, it's showtime, and just going is wild. You did such a good job. Can I just say, I don't think anybody else ever could have done as good of a job playing a villain than you. Like, I don't see anybody else playing this role other than you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was.
That's very kind of you to say. It's something that I've always wanted to do, and it was something I was so nervous to do. And as well, I think that like the social media reaction to being the villain, and like everyone, even though they all mention like, Vox is such a good actor, and that's why I'm so mad at Vetruvius, and that's why I hate him so much. It still felt hard because I did feel for the character. I was immersed in what he was going through, and obviously mass murder is never justifiable, obviously.
Real?
But it still felt hard to be so in tune with the character and to know that so many people hated him. But being able to stick to that and being able to follow that through was like a real learning moment for me. I think that there was a lot that I learned from that and grew from that. And it was a very, very difficult experience, but it was one that I really am so grateful that I got the chance to do.
Yeah, like, I remember talking to Calvin about this as well, of how for his character and even my character as well, sometimes people will be commenting things aimed at the character, but it will shoot through the window and hit the person standing there watching. And like, yeah, I completely agree. Just because I feel like for both your character and my character, we put so much of our lived experiences and our personal, aspects of ourselves into it as well. We're so deeply connected to this character as well. So that's why it feels a lot more personal. But I am awed. In awe, I am amazed and just stunned by your performance as Vetruvius. It was genuinely
Thank
once
you.
in a lifetime a treat. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I guess it's like it was really nice for me too, because I think the experience of being a part of Niji Sanji is crazy because you are surrounded by so many talented people, especially musicians. I mean, the singing talent in Niji Sanji is just unbelievable. People who should, by all rights, be on a record label. People who, and then you've also got people who are incredible at video games. Some people who are just so much talent. It's so easy to succumb to self-doubt. It's so easy to think like, well, these people can do all of this shit. Well, what am I doing? And I think it's because like acting is so much. I guess it's difficult as a skill to monetize in a way, and monetize is the wrong word, but when you're working on, when you're a streamer, you need to find a way of streaming what your talent is. And I think acting is, I used to do these like roleplay ASMR streams where it would be like a 2-hour improv session. And that was a big way of me kind of showing those off, but it always felt like it was quite insular. It was only really for my own community. And I stopped doing those after a while. Because it was like a lot of work. I was doing them once a week and it was like OBS, so much work to do those. But it's getting to do this and really feeling like now I have a chance to like around so many other people to act opposite people, because I was only ever acting with myself and just responding to chat before. Getting to do that with so many other people and getting so much positive reinforcement is like, it was a massive turning point for me into actually thinking like, yeah, I love acting and maybe I actually, can do this in a professional capacity. Maybe this isn't like only good from my fans' Oshi goggle perspective. Not that I'm undervaluing my fans' perspective. I love how much they have like rooted for me and wanted me to succeed and all of that. It just, it was really fundamental as a person to get to experience this and for such a challenging character to play as well. Also, acting opposite so many people who had never role-played before, who stepped up to the plate and were brilliant. A person who really... God, there's so many moments that I wish I had put in the top 5. Imp as well, like inviting Vetruvius onto the carousel early in the morning and saying... And, there was a moment where I was exploring town and she just said like, oh, hey, I've built this, check it out. My carousel is done. And we sat there and we were talking. And it was this amazing, because she was one of those people who pushed Vetruvius to do what he did. She was one of those people who felt like, he felt like she wasn't respecting the social order. She was just stealing shit, pranking people. And that got on his nerves because like, he didn't understand what was a joke and what wasn't and all of that kind of stuff. And it pissed him off. But then she invited him on and she said, something, I can't remember the exact line, but it was really, really powerful. She said, she said, I hardly ever prank people anymore. You've changed me. Of all the people, she said someone was bound to become a villain at some point. She said, I'm really sad that it had to be you. And it was a really powerful moment. And I don't know what her experience with roleplay is, but it was very, very powerful. And we had this other great moment. We went on the roller coaster together. And I had this bit where I was like freaking out, being like, oh my God, this is really scary. I fly really fast all the time. Why does this feel so much scary? Why is this so much scarier than flying? And she said, because you're not in control here.
Real.
You have to let go.
Clock it, sis.
Right. It was just, there's so many people who had these big Tiger, Doc Bud fishing with Vetruvius
Buttocks.
and like
yes, Dr. Buttocks.
Dr. Buttocks, like just leveling with him and chatting with him, and Hazumi chatting with him as well, giving him the bubble blower while at the fairground. Like so many of these characters. These people who I have no idea what their experience with roleplay is, but everybody did incredible. There was no one felt like the weak link. Everybody was really up to the challenge and doing serious shit. Yes. And it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I cannot wait for a chance to do this kind of thing again,
I'm eternally grateful to everyone because they were so awesome. They were so so passionate about their character, about their own stories, about each other too. It was beautiful. Another moment that I blew me away, even though I wasn't there personally to see it, was Darkness when she said, "You're an evil man, Vetruvius, you have no heart." And then Vitruvius's response, like, "I have one. It's a blazing one." What?
Yeah, yeah.
What? Oh my gosh!
Peanut butter. Come over here, guys.
Oh my gosh! Hi! Oh, he's stuck. Oh, he's stuck.
Oh, he's drowning. He's drowning.
Oh no!
He flattened the axolotl first thing he thought to do. Oh man. Well, thankfully I got the creative spell book, so I can just quickly get the naming spell out.
Yes. Oh no!
Peanut.
He's splashing in the water.
He's an aquatic elephant, isn't he?
Oh, he's splish
It's like one of those moments where, there you go.
Oh,
wait,
not just yet. Not just yet.
Wait. I named the
You named
axolotl
it,
Peanut. Oops.
Oh,
There
not
we
yet.
go.
Not yet.
Oh my god.
Not
I'll do it
just
later.
yet.
Hang on.
Oh wait, I'll
Get
grab
it- get out
a
of there.
diamond. I'll grab.
Oh,
grab a
he's
diamond
okay.
lasso.
He's tired from splashing around now. He's asleep.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah.
All right, you sit down. You sit down. Okay, that's cute. Whatever, they're hanging out.
He's eepy. Wait. Oh, not yet. Wait, I'll put him on his bed.
Oh, for
I'll
God.
put him on his bed.
Oh, the lasso. Oh, I forgot about the lasso. Yeah, there you go. Good idea.
There we go.
All right, and sit.
Yes.
And boom. Oh, for God's sake, stop it. There you go. And now I'll do it with Pudge. I'm trying to fix
This
because
one,
I had so much trouble.
He's still not named yet.
Yeah, I'm trying.
What the?
I'm
what the-
trying. Every time I right click to cast the spell, it also... Okay, I just think I have to be far away enough. Hold on. What the hell? I think the elephants just have weird hitboxes. Oh,
There
good.
we go.
Okay. There we go.
Bring this one
And
here.
butter and butter. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, they're so cute. Ah, butter! I was so
The
sad
hilarious
that as
thing-
Nabubu,
Oh, yeah?
I never got to meet them.
No.
Yeah, because I was
that's so
exiled from the
sad.
castle. But for good reason, though.
No.
For good reason, because
Oh,
Nabubu
that's
was
so
very honest and
sad.
probably couldn't lie to save her life. But like,
Yeah.
she
No,
was
that's
exiled.
true.
She never got to meet these people.
The funniest thing is that peanut and butter were like such a cute thing that Vitruvius had, but also he found them and tamed them like in the same area and moments before discovering the horse fuck off spell. Like he was out there specifically like, I wonder if I could do this. Let me go test this, and found the elephants. We did like an hour-long side mission to go and get the elephants, and then I was like, all right, so what was I gonna do? All right, let's try this horse fuck activate, and then saw what happened, and there was it wasn't even that far south. It was like 1,000 blocks south of town. There was a giant crater there that I was the first test one. I don't think anybody ever found it, at least not that I know of.
What on earth? That's actually insane. What the? Oh my god, dragon's breath! Dragon's breath.
Oh yeah. So I wanted to reference some people. We got obviously the orange cow is a present from Nabubu, present from you. The sunflower is obviously Calvin.
Yeah.
And then the dragon's breath is from Leo because he was the first person who discovered the dragon's breath and gave it to Vitruvius in the first place that he'd been begging for such a long time.
Yeah.
And now, and Royale was also on the Knights of Oz, so I should think of something to represent him with.
And the breadwinner too. Unofficial.
Oh, bread! Of course, I got to reference breadwinner. I got to.
gotta have
picnic. Can you put
bread wings, bro.
Can you put the picnic basket on the ground? I don't know if you can.
Item basket. Or on a table. On a table, maybe.
On a table. Oh yeah. Wait. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Is there a table you can put items on, or
Actually,
maybe if I do like a little table, and then put like an
Yeah.
item frame on it, maybe it'll stick out. Do like an oak
'Cause,
table like this, and then
Table.
then-
Table. Let's see.
Well, it's spilled. It's gone on its side, but it kind of.
Wait, let me try this table. Let me try this. Picnic.
No, I don't think so.
Basket.
Well, I put it on the wall down there. Oops.
Oh yeah, maybe not.
Oh,
Yeah, it still kind of
yeah, it just kind of sinks in. Maybe we could do the item frame with like a sandwich. Like the what is
breadways.
it? Vetruvius lived on a pure diet of bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches for like his entire life. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do for breadwinner. Yes.
Oh, that was
all these little references to people that affected him and changed
saying
his
maybe
life.
bunny slippers for Royale.
Oh, good idea. Yeah.
That's such a good idea.
The bunny slippers were a really iconic item for Vitruvius in general, because that's how he avoided fall damage. Just the best upgrade you could possibly get. Maybe they can be like by the exit, like you've got to put the bunny hoppers on to go on a little adventure.
Oh yes,
like that.
That's so cute.
Yeah, good.
That's
that's perfect
cute.
for Royale. Okay, that's good.
And then perhaps I was thinking, there was this one scene that I really liked with Zealand, where Nabubu said, well, Mr. Zealand, I'm going to go meet with Mr. Vetruvius now and talk to him. And I'm going to ask Vetruvius if you guys want to meet up and have a chat. And Zealand says, oh, before you go, I have something to give you so that you can give him. And he gives me a wedge of flaxen cheese. He said, this cheese is made with a secret ingredient that not a lot of people have on this server. Can you guess what it is? And I'm like, oh, what's a secret ingredient? He said, it's patience.
Poison.
No.
Oh.
It's patience.
Oh,
yeah.
That's it. It's funny. That's sweet, but also that is said with so much anger. Like that is said with so much. Yep, patience. Let him know I'm being very patient with him. Okay.
Yeah, he was like, this single wheel of cheese takes 30 whole minutes just to set and to make. In those 30 minutes, you could have been doing something else. You could be missing out on progress. It can make you feel like you're falling behind in comparison to other people. But I find that patience is something that reaps great rewards, something like that. And he was like, yeah, that's the one thing that Vetruvius doesn't have, patience.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I'll put that down. Put that down. Well, I want to, let me... put it down. Yeah. Maybe like it's food, so maybe it's like next to the breadwinner's one.
Perhaps.
Yeah, a bit of flax and cheese. Very nice.
Wow! Oh my
gosh! These are all gifts from people who, did something for him. The only problem is, I wish I had a painting from Lamp, but she would need to come and paint it herself. So
yes.
I'll hold a space on the wall above the bed for her. I think she'll be able to put something nice there.
Yes. Wow, dude, this is actually so much sweeter and cozier than I thought it was going to turn out. Like, look, he's so loved.
It's so necessary, I think. Like, I really like this build because it's like with the mossy cave entrance, it still has the almost the framing of someone who is alone, and yet you have this little corner of really it's his heart. There's the cold exterior, and on the inside you do have this warm place with so many wonderful people in it, and all he has to do is see past all the moss and the cold to get to how wonderful life has the potential to be.
It's his blazing heart.
It is. You know what? I was thinking this side of it looked a little empty. This is what we have to do, right? Hold on.
Sick and evil and twisted. You, sick and evil.
Unfortunately, yes. Okay, hold on. What am I gonna do here? Yeah, right in the middle. I'm gonna move this bed. I'm gonna put this pet bed. I'm going to put this over here.
I'll put him in the lasso.
Up.
There we go.
Yeah. And then I'll get the carpet back out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build... probably move the bed as well. What I'm going to do... Oh, yeah. I think the orange cat was by the bed originally. That's my favorite wave in Niji Sanji is by the bed. I'm going to... Yeah. Mossy stone brick. And I'm going to make a fireplace.
Stop.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
Us.
I do. Can't stand any of you. This is my revenge.
You want us wounded. You want us injured and wounded.
And it's red to make it especially blazing.
Okay, do you know about the blazing heart parallels between Madeline and Vitruvius?
Blazing Heart, I'm not sure. I know about a lot of the parallels, like Calvin believing that Madeline sort of looked a lot like Vitruvius looked a lot like Madeline, and all of that. And there was also the the fact that Madeline would have been using youth potions and stuff, so she looked very young for that reason. And but yeah, other than that, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, sit down, because my episode with Calvin was just full of insane, diabolical revelation after revelation. So, a lot of people ask questions about the parallels between Nabubu and Calvin, two children who see Vetruvius as a father figure, and both wanted good for the community, yet they walked such different lives and such, just have walked down different paths with such vastly different lives and worldviews, although still wanting good for others, right? And we saw a lot of revelations and talking about that. For example, how Nabubu is associated with the water and the moon, and he's associated with the sun and like the air, and how he is surrounded by so much light and warmth and love that he doesn't allow himself to have or enjoy. And we talked about a parallel between Madeline and Vetruvius. He said something crazy that he saw as well as a parallel was that Madeline only started becoming seriously feared by the people after she had a deal with a demon for the third time. So she had like various deals with like devils to give her knowledge, to give her power. And I think the final deal, which gave her like an insane amount of power, was she gave up her human heart, which is why now she's known as Madeline the Heartless. And later...
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yes, and later, when he met you, he found out that one of your names was Vetruvius of the Blazing Heart. And so he was like, oh my gosh,
I found someone with a heart. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just like a parent figure to me as well. Oh my god, there's lightning. What the? Whoa.
There's lightning. Oh my god, that's dramatic.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so dramatic. What? But yeah, he was like, Vitruvius is now a kind of a person that Calvin really wants to protect. He wants to protect this heart. Yeah, and I was like, that's such a crazy parallel. And I was like,
that's
Calvin, do you know who gave him
sweet.
this nickname? I was like, Calvin, do you know who gave him this nickname? He was like, no, didn't he just come up with it himself? And I was like, bro, Nabubu gave him that nickname. And he starts yelling. He's like, ah! Nabubu gave him his heart!
Ow. She gave him his heart. That's exactly right. It's like, man, it's the craziest thing, because when I think about that character's journey, it kind of makes me think about life and people who go through sort of some of the worst stuff. And sometimes what's hard is that a person might, they might, a lot of the time when people have trauma they're trying to get through, they inherit a lot of bad habits, and that's sort of why trauma is a problem, is because it gives you a difficult time, and growing from that is hard. What Vitruvius experienced was when his trauma stopped him from doing the right thing, when his trauma put him in a position where he was actively harming so many people. Yes. What he wound up doing was that what wound up happening was that so many people, or really specifically Nabubu, even though she, might have gone through a lot of her own stuff, it didn't matter to her. She was going to be there for him no matter what. It was like, see a need, fill a need. There was a need to help Vitruvius. There was a need to look after him. And I think it makes sense that it's a rarity in real life, but it is kind of a rarity where we almost expect everyone should hold themselves to a high standard always, and there's never an excuse for wrongdoing. No amount of trauma can ever justify doing something wrong. But I think that when someone is in need, the fact that there can be people who set aside how they might feel about it, that set aside the way that it might impact them personally and realize the more important thing is bringing that person back down. The fact is that from the way that I had imagined this character and what I thought, Vetruvius was the kind of person who had never experienced that type of love. His father was so in love with power and was so in love with the fantasy of becoming a powerful wizard and using that power that his son was just an extension of that power, and that was all it was. In a meta sense, thinking about just me playing on Niji Enchanted and only really wanting to be a villain for the fun of it without thinking about any sort of real reason or thinking about, you know, the impacts of that. And then Nabubu being someone who wanted to speak with him when everyone else was running into town, aiming weapons at him. No matter what, they were going to be there and they were going to stop him. And there was a moment where right afterwards, Vetruvius flew into town, and I found Imp, who Vetruvius was like warming up to at that time, and said, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you something. And we were about to have a conversation, then we got interrupted by a load of people who said, what did you, Luca was there. It's like, what did you do? You killed so many people. And obviously a very reasonable response to a killing spree. But in a strange way, it's amazing to see how much the behavior that pushed him into becoming the person that he was is only going to be exacerbated by his own actions. Like I said earlier, anger begets greater anger. And if he has the potential to change, maybe other people will change around him. Kindness begets kindness in the same way. And that's why Nabubu is so important. She's hurt. She is betrayed. Vetruvius doesn't intend to lie to her, but he breaks his promises over and over and over again because he's so fixated on his goals and he's so incapable of true self-reflection. At least he would be if it weren't for her. That she is always in trouble, and yet it's not enough to stop her from trying to help this guy. She sees the good in him from day one, and I really kind of think that everybody has like that sort of good in them very deep down. I think there are very, very few genuinely evil people in the world. And having people who are willing to see through that sort of facade is a really important thing that we don't really have a lot of in the real world for good reason. But in a fantasy world like this one, it's nice to imagine kindness being this easy to give to people, and for that fantasy, I think that there's nothing that could really come close to what this has felt like for me.
I guess, what would you say to someone out there who is potentially struggling with a lot of things that Vetruvius has gone through, perhaps with their parents, perhaps with feeling neglected, feeling like their community has abandoned them, feeling like no one cares, and they're just tired. And they're just really tired, and they don't know if they have what it takes to be kind or to be caring anymore. What would you say to someone like that, potentially out there listening to this?
Say is that there are so many moments when things go wrong, and in your mind, it's so easy for hyperbole to take over and to think, it's over, my life is ruined, I'm finished, no one's ever going to see me this way again. And yeah, sometimes that can be a really scary thought. But what I believe is that there is community out there for everyone, regardless of what it looks like. If that person is listening right now, you are, even if you fucked up, or even if maybe people believe stuff about you that isn't true, maybe some people have abandoned you for whatever, it doesn't matter. You are a good person. It doesn't matter if people have said that's not true about you. Deep down, you are. And you should never hide away from self-reflection. Maybe you did do something wrong. Maybe you let your emotions get the better of you. Maybe you took something that happened to you as an excuse to do something bad. Maybe you did something bad without even noticing it, and it feels so scary and confusing because you don't realize what you did, and you want to make it right, but you don't know how. All of those reasons. Through that, just from having thought about it, if you feel the slightest bit of guilt, I promise you, you are a good person, and a good person has every ability to make things right. Sometimes friendships disappear. Sometimes you push things too far and a community won't have you anymore. But that's okay, because the world is a very, very, very big place. There are people who have just as much depth and beauty and warmth to them as anyone else you could meet, because everyone out there in the world has just as complex and rich and incredible of a life as anyone else. There are so many people in life to meet, and it's a terribly tragic thing to think that you might have lost it all with people that you loved, but love is in abundance. Humanity has endured and is capable of so much because of the love that we have for our fellow people. If you ever think about a movie I really love is The Martian, when the whole tone of it is there's one guy stuck on Mars, but because we're human beings, we're doing everything to get this one guy back. We have empathy for this one guy. Millions and millions and millions of dollars are going into saving this one guy just because we're human beings, and that's what we do. And you're a human being too, so you shouldn't discredit that. There is goodness in you, and there is so much potential to be loved regardless of what you may have done or will do or are doing. You have the chance to change. You have the chance to do better, and you will never have fully ruined your life, because life is full of second chances. No matter how bad it gets, there is hope. Even if it seems dark, there will always be hope.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much. It's just a terrible timing in my head. Immediately, Hope in the Dark started playing. The freaking oh my god. Oh. Hope in the Dark.
I want to live free all the time. That's Jasmine the Clock.
The world is full of hope.
The world is full of hope. That's it. The world is full of hope. So don't you forget it. Oops.
Open in the dark. I can't. What a throwback.
What a throwback, God, yeah. What a throwback, Jesus.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Do you by any chance know about the Elemental Quartet?
No, I don't. What is that?
Oh my god. Okay, chat, calm down. Oh boy. Okay, so this is one of the many revelations I had while talking to Calvin, is that he was like, oh, I find it so funny and fascinating how the characters of Vetruvius, Zealand, Nabubu, Calvin, they all have different colors, and they all ended up being different mancers, of a pyromancer, a geomancer, a ethermancer, and a hydromancer, and no single one overlapped. We're all different colors. And I was like, that is pretty funny. And then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, oh, Calvin. Oh God, Calvin, the more I think about it, the worse it gets. And he was like, what is it? And I was like, okay, so you know how you're an ethermancer, right? So you know how...
Right.
Yeah, with wind, it stokes fires, and it makes fires bigger, and it makes flames brighter, and like wildfires, like bushfires, like large.
I want to know the most insane thing? Vitruvius the First was an ethermancer.
Oh my god.
He created his own son. He is his father's son. He stoked the flames in his son, who did far more damage and destruction than his father ever did. Oh my god, that's crazy. And Calvin,
that's crazy.
Wow. Calvin also, Calvin as well, like became, I guess in a sense, an enabler, and they benefited each other and they built each other up. They did.
Yes! Like you know how like bushfires and wildfires spread rapidly because of big gusts of wind? Oh, it's so bad. And the fact that like Nabubu is water, she puts out that fire. But also like Zealand as well. Zealand, because dirt can suffocate the flames of like Yeah, without oxygen, flames can't live. It can suffocate and put out flames entirely with just dirt alone. And the fact that water, as of a Nabubu, with the slow, gentle trickle of water, even the toughest of boulders can crack open. Oh my God.
In the sense that he was so closed off and you were able to just trickle through. And also, of course, fire and water, in the sense that water can smother and extinguish fire, but fire can also boil and evaporate water.
Yes!
It's this painful symbiotic relationship where the water is trying to calm the fire, but it is irrevocably being warmed up and potentially losing some of itself because part of it is evaporating and floating away.
Oh my God! I didn't think about that!
Right?
It just got worse. It just got worse.
But also thinking about like a fire and earth. If you consider sort of nature to be a part of earth, dirt and stone smother and extinguish fire, and yet fire also spreads from tree to tree and bush to bush. And so while earth might be able to smother fire eventually, it will do so at the cost of its of life on earth. I think life is a part of the earthen element, and it's that at the cost of sort of extinguishing fire. Wow, that is true. How did we do it? How did we do it? Who wrote this?
I just thought of something worse. Bro. I just thought of something worse. Oh my God. Okay, so there's a reason why in Australia and in a lot of places, wildfires are necessary in nature. Because with some plants, when wildfires happen, these trees and bushes and plants drop their seeds. And so they need wildfires to burn off old excess like bark and tree, and just leaves and stuff. And wildfires are a very necessary part of, say, like Australia's nature. They need that. Some plants only drop their seeds when wildfires start. And after wildfires clears out a lot of the space, new saplings can grow. Oh, and clears away all the bushes, and new saplings can grow. And the fire sometimes helps spread these seeds. And in the sense of Vetruvius, taking up the community workshop, new seeds growing after the old has been burnt away.
That's so real. And also just his actions forcing people to unite and kind of, bringing people together in a way. At least that's what he was telling himself, believing that his fire is spreading a new type of life, believing that he has the potential to cause real change for good, at least in his own sick and twisted way. And also, of course, on Earth, Zealand coming out of his shell and learning to, and maybe without Nabubu, he never would have even tried talking to Vetruvius. But of course, water is needed to water crops on land. Yes. Of course, life cannot exist without rainfall. Wow, there are so many parallels to draw here. Jesus.
I know, and I was thinking, oh my God, what if all of this was turned into a children's storybook of once upon a time, there was a little flame who burned a little bit too bright for the others. And this little flame was very lonely, and he was all by himself until this one day, this small gust of wind came who thought he blew a little too cold. And things like that. And one day there was a tiny drop of water who befriended the little flame, and there was a big boulder as well, and
God.
And I was thinking, oh my God, it would be
I think that's such a special thing. That's such a special thing because I think children's entertainment can be just as insightful and powerful as entertainment for adults. And I think a lot of people who make children's entertainment tend to forget this, and they tend to sort of be like, it's for kids, who fucking cares, and all of that. But there are some really powerful works of art made for children, and I think something like that, especially with an example telling a story about the four elements with fire being this out of control, being described as something out of control and dangerous and terrifying in the beginning, that then later on is revealed to, fire it almost makes fire out to be the villain, and then by the end it's revealed that fire has its purpose. It spreads life. It heats. It cooks food. Yes. It does all of these different things. Fire is useful for so many things, and then the four elements learn to live in harmony. That could be such a good message for children to hear. And what I I think especially is that children are far more capable of understanding complicated stories than we think they are.
Agreed.
Case in point is my favorite children's story, which was adapted into my least favorite film, The Lorax. Have I ever given you this rant before?
No.
Okay, so The Lorax, I have read The Lorax many times, and it is a Dr. Seuss book with rhymes about a little orange guy, but this book gives me full body chills whenever I read it. I think the prose in The Lorax is actually beautiful.
Wait,
because
I think
it's
I've read
a
the book, but I
story,
haven't seen the movie. Yeah.
So the story, it obviously we all know it's all about the Onceler goes to this place and then he gets so invested in chopping down all the trees because he's like making excuses for himself, like this is my destiny, my family need me to do this, blah blah blah. Which this is fine. What does it matter if I chop down a few trees? And suddenly he's chopped them all down. There are no trees left. His family leave, and the Lorax disappears. And then at the end, he hands the kid listening to the story a seed. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, it's not going to get better. It's not. That is the final line in a novel written in a tiny short story written for 3-year-olds to be read to toddlers, and they get it. These babies hear this story and they fully understand it, and they all grow up with this understanding of we really got to look after the environment. It just makes so much sense. And the film, unfortunately, completely forsakes this message, and the ending is not that. They have that moment, but then there's like a car chase of them trying to get the seed back from the evil corporation man, and the Onceler isn't a shadowy figure that could be you, the listener. It's a Tumblr husband type of guy, and, it's just, it completely mishandles the message to the point where it just makes me really angry. And there's a weird relationship between the main character who's like this 12-year-old boy played by Zac Efron, who sounds way older than 12, and then this girl who's like definitely way older than him, played by Taylor Swift. It's very weird. It's very weird, and not a very good film at all. But the book is very special, and I think. Yeah, I think that story about the elements is a really. I almost want to make that now. I feel like it's a very very cool thing.
I'm begging you. I feel like you enjoy writing, you enjoy English, and you enjoy making stories. I feel like you would do an incredible job at this, and I will cry, please. Like the whole idea of like, and do you know what I was thinking? I was like, oh my god, what if like John and Rosie, who got married, what if they're like the future descendants of New Witchington, finds these books and like reads them, like. And like not just that, I was thinking, I was like, in the lore and in the world of New Witchington, I was like, what if Lamp illustrates this children's book and it starts like, being published all over the world, and Zealand one day comes upon this book in a library from wherever God knows where he is in the world.
Oh my God, how have you, oh my God, because you know what that is? That's like, I've never really, it's a sin of me as a British person, but I've never really watched much Doctor Who. But there's a scene from Doctor Who that I have seen where because Doctor Who's a time traveler, they bring Vincent van Gogh, who was famously a very well celebrated painter who was deeply mentally ill and I believe committed suicide. And chopped off his own ear and all of that kind of stuff. They bring him to present day and take him to a Vincent van Gogh art gallery and show him his impact. And it's devastating. Absolutely devastating. It's so, and he's like in fits of tears, seeing how everything he suffered for, even though he never experienced it in his life, everything he suffered for did have purpose. Even though it was after his death, everything he did has touched people and has inspired people for hundreds of years. And like, that is just such a special thing. And Zealand seeing that, after leaving with his anger, believing that he would only ever do people more harm, maybe even thinking that people weren't thankful for how hard he worked on the community center, and thinking that the one person, Vetruvius, who he thought was honest to a fault, had lied to him. Then seeing this story that makes him out, that shows him for his huge impact in this elemental quartet, and seeing his impact be remembered. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. That is insane. Oh my God.
I've been holding it in this whole time to try and tell you.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. Who wrote this? Genuinely, who wrote this?
wrote this. This was all, ladies and gentlemen, remember, this was all improv. We didn't plan any of this. The fact that we all, I mean, I guess, like, I kind of encouraged Calvin, and I said, hey, Calvin, you would probably be good at ethermancy, because the whole thing about Vetruvius the First being an ethermancer was that Vetruvius the Second was scared of lightning. All the more poetic that lightning killed him in the end. All the more poetic that in the end he saw Elle die, or knew Elle die because of the chat log, and then immediately kind of put his weapon down, looked up to the sky, and let a lightning bolt kill him because he wasn't afraid of them anymore. There were several moments during training with Calvin where he would say, Calvin, I want you to strike me with lightning. I need to learn how to not be afraid of this. And there were like these moments where he was trying to use Zeus Cannon, his big lightning spell, but it didn't really do any damage because his heart wasn't in it, and he was scared while he was casting it because like he would have felt lightning burns on his skin from his father and all of that. He would have been so scared of what that pain was like going forward. Okay, actually, this has just reminded me of something I wanted to say. So I saw in Calix's episode there was like, what do you have any regrets?
Yes.
And overall, not really, but there was one thing where there were like, sometimes there were lines in RP that I wish I said in the moment. It's like when you're in the shower and you're thinking about something you could, a joke you could have said, or an argument you could have said. It's like, damn it, why didn't I say that, right? So Vetruvius had been going around telling everybody my father died of a heart attack. But then later he tells Calvin, no, while he was teaching me, I couldn't get the hang of lightning, but I was scared, and then a huge one shot out and it hit him and he died. And then Calvin said, I thought you told me he died of a heart attack. I said, I've not been really fully honest with you. I wish to God that I had said he did, because the lightning hits his heart and it stops his heart and gives him a heart attack. So he had technically been telling the truth the whole time. I wish I had said that shit. It would have been so peak. It would have been so ominous, but I didn't say it. And it was so sad. And then as well, like when I wish, like, I think it's just because I was nervous, but in the big like crash out, not big crash, but like when I was blowing up the giant crater and then Alira came over and started roasting Vetruvius, I wish I had been able to crash out in response to that, like kind of been more whiny and sort of like, shut up, stop taunting me. I wish I'd been able to play that part, because I think I was trying too hard to be cool. And to make that a big villain moment. I was trying too hard to like, okay, this moment needs to be like auriful, but I wish I had been able to hold on to that, you know? But she said that and I was suddenly just like, I have to act cool in the face of this. I can't let this stop me from having this moment. I was like, okay, yeah, I just didn't really respond to it. But I wish I had been angrier about it and tried not to be so confident, because that's not really who Vetruvius is. He's never really been confident or scary. He's always just been kind of a scared little boy who wants to make things work.
Dude, this is real and true. Honestly though, do not worry, your performance was spectacular, splendid, 10 out of 10 stars. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. We always got notes for next time.
Yeah, but yeah, dude, man, there's so many like insane parallels between Vetruvius and Zealand, Calvin and Nabubu, and just like to each other as well. And I even thought about it, I was like, the whole reason why Zealand left is because he believes deceit is the ultimate form of betrayal. In a world where death has no consequence, where you die, you pick up your little belongings and you come right back up and you go to your house and another day continues. In a world where death has no consequence, deceit to one another is the highest form of betrayal. And that's what ticked Zealand off so much. And the fact that like rocks can explode because of significant changes in temperature or because of erosion from like wind.
Also, enough heat, lava is molten rock. So with enough heat, with enough flame, Zealand becomes just like him. Zealand essentially becomes just like Vetruvius, and they sort of just sink into becoming lava together.
Oh, dude, yaoi! Oh!
That's it. They're toxic for each other. They're toxic. What can I say?
Oh my god. Wait, oh my god.
But also, remember what I said about, I just realized this. Remember what I said about water, fire heats up and evaporates water.
Yes.
When water evaporates, it becomes air. and Nabubu could become just like, the like holding on to her nature as water and resisting the urge to become like Calvin is a huge part of that. But Vetruvius is essentially trying to evaporate her and make her just like his other apprentice, because he wants people who will do what he says.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What?
How does it keep going? I want you to join. How does it keep going? How are there more parallels like this? This is ridiculous.
I didn't need to be bombarded by all of this. And on New Year's Eve too. Ah!
Oh my god.
VCraft is gonna live in my head forever. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
But you know what? In Minecraft, you know what else it is?
What?
You put water on top of lava. What does it become? Obsidian rock. Nabubu calms Zealand and stops him from going down the same dark path that Vetruvius was going down. And anytime that his anger might be about to get the better of him, she reminds him of what's good in life, and she cools the lava that Vetruvius is turning him into and turns him into rock. And Jesus,
how does this keep going?
I don't know. This is beautiful, though. I'd never thought of this. I mean, I knew about, I'd never heard of it referred to as the Elemental Quartet, but it's a beautiful name for it. And I knew about the, the sort of the symbology there, but it was still, there's so much more to kind of glean from that. Wow.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat, for that. They came up with the name. Thank you, chat. Yeah, dude, this genuinely, I agree. Children's books are often so powerful because they explain really big questions of morality, of what is goodness, what is badness, what is justice, what is fairness. And it puts it all into words, sentences, concepts that babies can understand. And I think that's what's really, really important at the end of the day, because we can have all these sorts of big discussions on that grown-ups all have about, but this is really truly what's fair for our country. This is what's fair for our community. This is what's justice. This is what true justice looks like. But at the end of the day, putting them down into a level where babies can understand, I think that's so important. It helps everybody come onto the same page and be like, you know what, yeah, I agree. Maybe this is something that isn't so abstract and impossible. Things like world peace, sometimes it feels so impossible. And the whole idea of can we truly ever find peace within New Whittington? Sometimes it feels so impossible, but, reducing it down to these small narratives that touch the heart, I think is truly what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Yeah.
That's what it's all about. And there's so much beauty in that simplicity too. There's so much beauty in what I'm trying to say. There's so much beauty in the way that we would tell a story for kids that can be really impactful for adults as well.
I know. Oh my god. We're not even halfway through all of the questions. I haven't even gotten to.
Oh man, we got to get a move on. We've been yapping. We've been rambling. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so did you have any moments that surprised you in VCraft?
Surprised me.
Yeah.
Well, really, I think we've kind of already talked about it, but I think it's just how well people with little interest in roleplay managed to roleplay incredibly well when things got serious. I'm especially impressed by Luca, who is always the guy who's just doing silly stuff, he was saying get cubed during the final battle and all of that. Is he's always going for the funny option. But then when he came into the monastery
yeah.
and was like, I was like, what? So you were born? Who cares?
Disgusting.
Yeah. You know what? That's what surprised me. Yes. And what I think is so important to remember is that VCraft was so important because it showed us how seeing someone else's perspective warps what you think and how you feel about what's going on. Because after that interaction, after Luca ran away and I chased him, I was like, get away from him! And then I confronted him. Later on, I was fighting him and I blew a pothole in his house and all that kind of stuff. In my chat, it was, let's say, in his chat, everyone was like, God, I fucking hate Vetruvius. Why is he doing all of this? Vox, they were making sure to clarify, I'm not saying this about Vox, I'm saying this about the character. He's so fucking annoying. Why is he being so evil? And then in my chat, they were like, God, that motherfucker deserved it. The perspective change from how much you see, where literally everyone who was actively watching my POV was really rooting for Vetruvius. They were like, God, this guy deserved to do everything he did. Everyone has been so mean to him. I'm just so glad to see him do all of this. And then meanwhile, everyone in everyone else's chat is like, God, this guy's so fucking evil. So it was always so surprising to feel so in tune with what a character is doing, and then to see the varied response to it, and kind of, I think it's challenging in just the right way. So I'd say that was what surprised me, along with everybody being like such brilliant performers throughout the whole experience.
Real. We talked a little bit about how this is a very impactful event because you learned a lot about yourself. But was there anything else that you learned from this event about just you as a streamer?
I think what I learned about myself is that there's more that I can do than just what I've done before. And I also think that it's like, this is a new type of thing that I've not done before. And it made me feel like I can, what is it? What am I trying to say here? It made me feel like there's more potential in streaming than I thought there was, because there was a certain time when I kind of felt like I only had one thing I could do as a streamer. Like, I felt like I had sort of, I was being typecast as like this guy who does a specific thing. And I thought, well, yeah, I guess that's fine. I'm the ASMR guy. Okay, I can do that. It's not as though I disliked that time, but in this day and age, I'm really, that this is what I'm really passionate about. And seeing this event go so well, and to be the center of so many events, and to like kind of encourage people to RP, and for RP to be such a center of it, and realizing that there is such a purpose to all of this, it was very reassuring for the future. I think it's made me really want to do more of this, and to remember that like people do want to see more from not just from me, but from everybody, of what they're really passionate about. And that was very reassuring for me.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. And who is someone that you've gotten close to in this event that you were kind of surprised about? You're like, oh, I unexpectedly got kind of close to this person.
You motherfucker.
What?
Yeah. I had never met you before, and then all of a sudden we were like scene partners in these really dramatic scenes, and then we've like collabed afterwards. We chat every now and again. You got me to watch Epic the Musical and all of that. It's like that, it's definitely been really nice to get. There was also, I've been chatting with a few people from VCraft, but we made friends, and that was so cool. It was so nice, and yeah, it's been really, really nice to just get to spread my wings a bit and meet more people, and you've been very, very nice to chat with.
Yes, thank you. It's honestly been very surprising for me too. If I were to answer that question, I would also say you, because like I've definitely like known about you. It's like, oh, that's that guy from Luxium. Yeah, because sometimes I'll go out in the freaking streets of Australia, Sydney, and I'll see people with like Niji Sanji merch and stuff.
Oh.
I even like this girl that I buy like press on nails from. She was making like Luxium nails too. So like I've seen your face everywhere, bro.
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
I know. And like I think my cousin as well was like a Luca fan at one point too. So like I've like seen your faces around, but I know nothing about you guys. Yeah. It was a very
Such
crazy, surreal
That's
experience.
so surreal.
Dude, I've been going to the freaking aquarium and I see teenagers with a Shu Yamino eater bag. Like, what? Like,
and then you're just doing this like, yeah, I guess I'll do this like this Minecraft thing, and then suddenly that guy you've seen on people's eater bags walks over and is like, you're allowed to use magic. Like
literally that. How surreal is that? How strange is this?
I guess something that's nice about it though is I think it's like it's no, I don't say this to like be arrogant or whatever. It's like Luxium, we've been pretty successful, and VTubing can be really competitive, and people are all kinds of different levels. Some people are like really far along in their careers. Some channels big, some channels small. What I think about VCraft that's so nice is it's kind of the great equalizer, because there were so many people I hadn't met before. I had no idea like about their content, their channel, what they were doing. All I knew is that what their character was in VCraft. And I think that when you're in our position, sometimes it can feel a bit isolating, because you're almost scared of being used. It's like you want to make friends with lots of people, but when you have a bit of a platform, it's like you want to make genuine friends, and it kind of feels like people can be People can always be thinking about their ulterior motive, but that might not be the case in something like VCraft. People are role playing; they're treating you as somebody else. But also, there's less worry about that. It's nice to just be able to interact with people at all parts of the community, people who are big, people who are small, and I think people have so much talent. It's always like, it's so amazing to me that, and so I guess sad as well, that people who, are still sort of making their start and haven't really found they found an audience, but they're still growing, and yet they have so much talent, and yet they have so much to give. And these are people that I might never have really thought about before because they just haven't popped up in my peripheral vision. It's, I think that's been one of the nicest things, is that of creators of all sizes felt like they all had the same, impact on the story. I remember thinking about how it's so common for big creators to only really network amongst themselves, and then small creators to only really network amongst themselves as well. But with VCraft, everybody treating each other as equals and as friends, it was very, very sweet, and made me feel like I could make friends with so many more people.
Yeah, I completely agree. Everyone we've met has been so nice and so sweet. I'm very happy and grateful that we have this little family, I guess, of VCraft friends that we can hang out with, game with, just chat with. It's a huge privilege. I'm very, very grateful. Yeah. But yeah, let me see. There's so many audience questions I want to get through as well. So, okay, I'll just start. So, question for Vox. Nabubu is one character of many who played a pivotal role in seeing V2's humanity. How differently would you have brought V2's story to a close if you had not built such a deep emotional connection with Nabubu?
Can you run that question by me one more time? I got distracted by something. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was changing my music.
Yeah, essentially, it's like, how would you have ended Vetruvius' story if you hadn't built such a deep emotional connection with Nabubu?
I don't know. I had this idea about trying to give him a true villain's a death, trying to maybe he gets fully defeated, not redeemed, that kind of thing, which would have been so sad. But there was a part of me that's maybe that's what the people want, that sort of thing. If I hadn't met Nabubu, it's so difficult to say because so many different moments in the story were impacted by all of these different characters. I almost think he wouldn't have, he wouldn't have been, there would have been no reason really for him to spare the town for as long as he did, because he didn't want to hurt Nabubu. But also, if Nabubu hadn't been there and he hadn't accidentally hurt her, then maybe he would have been easier to talk to and he wouldn't have been so ashamed of himself. So there are a million different ways that things could have gone, but I know it wouldn't have been as fantastic if these two characters, fire and water, if they didn't have that relationship. I think it would have been quite a different story indeed.
So true. Okay, interesting. Okay, so on to the next one. Now that you've gotten to know Vox and Nana, how different are they from Vetruvius and Nabubu? I'm curious to hear your answer on this.
Now that is really interesting, actually. To be honest, I think that you and because Nabubu is based on your inner child, you said. I think that you and Nabubu are very, very similar. It's just that you you are the same as Nabubu, but you're also a functional adult. Like the same personality, same deep down sense of wonder and love and all of that kind of stuff. But you're also okay, you in real life, if Vetruvius was saying that shit to you, you'll be like, all right, I'm not gonna you're not gonna be fooled by some guy who's sitting there saying he's I want you to join me. You're just gonna be like, bro, I have a I have work in the morning. It's you're definitely there's definitely that sort of an additional layer of common sense, but I don't think it really takes away from your ability to be very mystified by life, and I think that's one of the things that makes you a lot of fun to hang out with.
Oh, thanks. I would say in a similar sense, you have a lot of the sensitivity and the softness of Vitruvius's true heart. I would think that, you're someone who cares very deeply and you're very empathetic and sensitive to those around you, and you care so deeply. And I know that you mentioned you have a lot of Vitruvius's flaw too, me too, with Nabubu. But in that sense, I feel like you are also kind of like Vetruvius, but if he was slightly more grown up, more functional, and just a lot more like well-rounded in that, you know, because I think Vetruvius is a very black and white character that didn't allow for anybody's opinions if they if they disagreed with him. I feel like you are so much more well-rounded. You're so much more open to hearing out people who don't necessarily have the same worldviews as you. And I think you're very accepting of the fact that, you know, life goes on and it's okay, you know? So yeah.
Thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you so much.
No. Yeah. But yeah, okay, so I guess the follow-up question of that was it strange going from your RP friendship to out of character where you didn't need to cry and carry the weight of the world on your shoulders during every interaction?
It was very strange because like we talked a tiny little bit outside of VCraft, but not enough to like for it to be like a real introduction. Really, I didn't know you for the 2 weeks that I knew Nabubu. Nabubu was a different person that I knew and was very close to and cared for 2 weeks. And I was kind of, I think it's what I was most miserable about when VCraft ended was the fact that I had met this person who I then had to reckon with and realize Nabubu doesn't exist. She's a character. But the fact that we were in character for that much time, you know, you know, getting to meet the real you was not like disappointing in any way. It wasn't like, oh, I wish the Boo-Boo was like real or whatever it is. But it definitely was very jarring. It definitely was a very strange experience that took a while to get used to. It was a strange experience where I was still getting over how it felt to have to say goodbye to those characters and opening up to new people at the same time, because in a sense we had already met each other, but then meeting the real you was like a brand new person, and doing that in a state of emotional vulnerability after the VCraft was very interesting. I guess because like what am I trying to say here? I guess because it's like we kind of, with roleplay, you skip the conventions of real life meeting and conversation, so we never really needed to do small talk to become friends. We went for the emotional, hard-hitting stuff immediately, and then right after that, it was like we just got the hard stuff out of the way and then just became friends right away, because that was the hard part, right? The hard part was done in the roleplay environment, and then after that, it's like, well, we can actually like talk really easily now. So I guess that was a nice part. It also meant that we could kind of be there for each other a little bit when coming away from VCraft, because we were both in that same position of being so immersed that it was like difficult to pull ourselves out, you know, especially with what happened right at the end. I guess that's my other biggest regret, is that I wish I'd kind of kept a handle on it and maybe been able to deliver an emotional moment that worked. But in the end, I had been awake for so many hours, and the
prison lifestyle with like
the final message,
food.
the final messages ran over by so much, and I was last, and I really wanted to have some kind of emotional moment and bring it around, but I was so tired and I was so emotional, and I just couldn't hack it. And you know, I'm glad we had the meeting on the stairs and the rooftop, and had like the out of character talk that was really important. But if I was ever to retell the story, I would want to do so with a different ending, maybe where Vetruvius says something differently. I would like to some version of a speech where he says, I know that I may not ever be a trustworthy person to you, but I will be to someone. The belief that he knows now, because of the way that people have been kind to him, the way that even though people might not fully trust him, in the sense that because Nabubu didn't mention him in the speech, he thought, all right, she cares for him, but he's not a special part of her life anymore. At least that's how he felt at the time. I wanted him to be able to believe that even though he might have ruined this one relationship, that there would be love to find elsewhere, and that it wasn't the end. But yeah, it was a very difficult moment. I think holding on to that in improv and staying in character in that moment, and basically sitting there in silence for like 4 hours.
I know.
Was really, really hard. It was really hard. So I don't really blame myself for that, and like for not really being able to stay in character for that long. But it's definitely something I would have liked to do better at.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because I guess something that I also forgot to mention about is because Vetruvius is very much a father figure to Nabubu, when you see your father figure in a constant state of emotional distress and relying on you specifically for emotional support, as a kid, this forces you to grow up a lot faster. And especially having, like, say, like a father figure literally kill you twice. Like, so it kind of like puts you in a position where you're forced to reckon with everything you ever stood for. I think you remember my diaries, that like my diary journal entries that I would make every single day. Yeah, I remember like writing was a very emo dramatic quote. I was like, will my kindness ever be enough for him? Because at the end of the day, I'm still faced with his blade pointing towards me, no matter what I do, like things like that, right? Yeah, and I think that's why she specifically wanted to mention, I think, Willerton and Zealand as the only two sources of like consistency and like stability. Because despite everything that was going on, what's most reassuring, I think, to any individual is knowing that some things will never change. Some things will never stay. Some things will always remain the same. And that is, I guess, Zealand and Willerton. Well, not Zealand any longer because he's gone now. So just Willerton, I guess. But yeah, I think while Nabubu still loves Mr. Zealand and loves Willerton and loves Mr. Vetruvius, she loves all of them. I think she is most grateful to the people who did give her stability. But yeah, I think like in the future though, Nabubu will definitely have a very, very fun life where she finally isn't exiled from Vetruvius's house and she can go over and say hi to him in the morning.
Yeah, I like to think. I like to think about that too. I really do. It's just. It was a powerful moment, but yeah, I'm glad that the future is there, and I did kind of overcome that with the letter writing stream. I did do a lot of that. It was a lot. It was very nice to do. Yes,
I know. Yeah. But yeah, okay. So the next question is, how would you define Vitruvius's relationship with death, both during VCraft and now? His growth regarding this felt very intriguing to me. And yeah, Vetruvius is a character who I relate to a lot. I'm glad to hear a bit more of him again. Thank you for the series, Nana. No, of course, yeah.
Relationship with death. Well,
yes.
I guess in a sense it sort of stems also from me in a way. I'm definitely not keen on dying, and it definitely does scare me a lot to think about, what might come after death and all that sort of stuff. But for Vetruvius, I think it's in a sense of, I think that in response to trauma, like what he went through because of his father, I think that sometimes what you run into is sort of an avoidance strategy where it's like how a lot of people with PTSD can get very upset and scared when they see someone who looks a lot like their abuser, And I think that for him, knowing that his father is dead, believing there may be an afterlife, if he dies, maybe he would see his father again, and he was terrified of that, and also terrified just of feeling pain, terrified, I think more so than death itself, more so than dying. I think that the really hard part for him was a fear of being defeated. Because he'd grown up with such a emphasis and so much kind of, his father had made him believe, hey, real strength is like you can't allow anyone to be better than you, and his father had always made him feel small for not being as powerful as him, and he was terrified, had learned to be terrified of not being able to be strong, learned to be terrified of not being able to hold his own in combat. And so another idea I actually had for a potential villain crash out moment before the courthouse happened was there was some talk about like a major arena or a coliseum kind of thing where Vitruvius would organize fights and stuff. I had this idea if Vetruvius was going to crash out, it would be that he gets to the final and then loses to somebody, and he can't handle that feeling of failure, and he can't handle how it feels, and he fully just blacks out, and no one can even communicate with him. And then he is like so like he sees a vision of his father. Like he sees the crowd, looks over at the crowd, and his father is stood there with this like disgusted look on his face, and then he thinks in his mind, no, watch this. I promise you I'm way stronger than you think I am. And then he turns his spells on everyone else to kind of show this apparition that he is strong enough to not be deserving of punishment anymore. So I think that's a big part of why it is. But as I think, just if anything, what's amazing to me is how fast, I think this is true in a lot of ways, how fast kindness can kind of undo a lot of the behaviors we learn through trauma. And I think that his relationship with Nabubu and with Calvin in a way kind of made him feel like maybe death isn't so scary after all. The fact that he didn't really, it was like no matter what happened, so much went wrong. And in a sense, he was being defeated by these circumstances with, anytime when he accidentally hurt Nabubu, that was him kind of defeating himself in a way. And having gone through that, but then still managing to patch things up with Nabubu, it was a way of teaching him that failure is okay and that being weak is okay. And it's not wrong to have someone else surpass you. He wanted Calvin to surpass him. And in a sense, that also would have helped, because he kept saying, Calvin, I want you to, like maybe you'll even surpass me one day, giving the codex to you. And Calvin was his way of trying to feel okay with being weaker. And in the end, he sort of managed to achieve both. I think that by the end, when he felt like I'm ready to die, was when he realized, not only am I going to come back after death, but I will be welcomed by these people I know are here for me. They won't punish me if I die. And, but God, I was going to say something else. Fuck. I was going to say something, I forgot it. Anyway, that's basically it, is that he learned to overcome his feelings of failure and defeat. And then in death, he sees the ghost of his father, and his father is a curled up, bony, skinny, disgusting little Smeagol man who is like just lost and dying on the floor. And he looks down and he expects his father to be tall and giant and terrifying, but he's just this little gross thing. And he's like, oh, you're not so scary. You're not so scary after all. And then he comes back to life and he's like, well, I guess I'm good. And that's, I think anybody with trauma wants to have an experience where they can just do one thing and then it's all done and dusted. And I think it's nice for Vetruvius to be someone who can say that he's been healed, even if not all the way.
Definitely. Healing is a journey, and it can come in waves. It can go in all sorts of different routes, and it's not always linear, but I'm very happy for the character Vetruvius and how he is starting to heal. Okay, let's see. So next question is, much like how Nabubu has infinite amethyst, have you guys thought of any other theme songs for other characters, or songs in general that remind you of certain characters?
Oh yeah. God, I mean, Infinite Amethyst is obviously such an iconic track because it literally would start playing every time any major interact. Who is controlling this? I don't know. Maybe it's like that confirmation bias thing where when you notice it once, anytime it plays, you'll be like, oh, there it is, instead of like listening. But even with Minecraft having so many songs in it and them playing so infrequently, it's crazy that like how often it played. But regardless, what was I going to say? Songs to do with animal. So I just remembered this. There was a song that I mentioned to my chat at one point that reminded me of V2 that I said, I'm going to tell you guys what it is. And I never actually did. I totally forgot. It's this song that was in the soundtrack for 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. And it's called His Master's Voice by Monsters of Folk. And I just remember this song having a really big impact on me when I heard it in the film. In the film, it's a calming folk song with a little bit of like a sad twinge to it that plays over a scene where a cop, after learning that one of his friends has died, deep down he's very hateful and a little racist, and he goes across the street to this advertising agency that's been giving the police the police station a load of shit. And he goes in there and he just takes his baton out and just starts beating up the guy who owns the place and throws him out of a window while this happy song is playing, because it's essentially that he's this very low IQ, uneducated man who very deep down has a good heart, but he's been so twisted by this environment he lives in, and his mother as well. And something about like Vetruvius having a good heart, but living a life where he always hears his, the song's called His Master's Voice, hears his father's voice.
Yes.
He hears his master's voice. Do you hear your master's voice calling like the lady sirens call? It's like this comforting evil almost, where he feels, he feels like, no matter what bad I do, I know he'll approve of what I'm about to do. And that, in a sense, is the most important person to him. That voice calls to him and it feels oddly comforting, even though he's about to do something terrible.
Oh my God, yeah.
But yeah, so that was one that I thought about. That was the one I thought about a lot. As for other people, I'm not sure. I don't really listen to much with the music I listen to. You know what I have thought about? I've thought about music for specific scenes, specific moments in VCraft. Like for me, I think about the scene on the roof of the obsidian stairs right at the very end. I imagine it sort of capping off with like end credits to Dancing in the Moonlight, as this idea that once everything's over, these characters can all come together and relax. And then I almost imagine like credits playing with like a montage of funny moments along the, how they do in like Disney credits where there's the bloopers and stuff, like stuff playing there where it's all to remind people that it's all for fun. I think that that's really sweet. And Dancing in the Moonlight being a song about how unrealistic and crazy it is to imagine a world where everyone parties together and there's no bad feelings. And I think that's something that, after so much drama, that everyone coming back together, reminding ourselves it's all Minecraft, I think is something really, really special for that as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, and something else, one more that I've been listening to at the time because it was kind of blowing up on social media, was Maps by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. The Wait, they don't love you like I love you, because after he's banished from the town and Nabubu is talking to so many other people and she's forming all of these relationships with so many other people and that he doesn't trust, I can only imagine him watching from a distance, feeling afraid. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. I think that's kind of a funny one as well.
That's so stupid. I just see the tiny Vetruvius chibi go like, wait, they don't love you.
Doing a little dance.
Yeah. That's so stupid.
I mean, the song on its own is very sweet and quite sad, but paired with the dance, it is very dumb. It is very silly.
It's so silly.
Oh, and as well, I hate to say it, but I kind of associate the courthouse crash out scene with Pumped Up Kicks by Foster the People.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's pretty terrible.
Oh my God. Okay, real and true. Okay, let's see. On to the next question is, for Nana, what was it like trying to mediate between Vetruvius and the townsfolk?
Oh boy.
It felt like being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But also at the same time, because Nabubu is so passionate about this, she's not going to stop. She's stubborn in that way. It's hard, but she's going to push through. The next question was, I guess, was it stressful going between the meetings with V2 and the secret meetings with Zaddy, Willerton, Father Shu? That was so stressful because essentially Shu and Luca were like doubting Nabubu's ability to remain faithful to, I guess, the people, and doubting her ability to kill Vetruvius when the time should come. And like low-key, at that moment, I was stun-locked. When they asked me like, yeah, but can you do it? I was like stun-locked. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I was like shocked. I was like, I had to like take a moment. I had to be like, I understand where you're coming from, but I believe I can. Yes. I was like so shocked. I was so stun-locked. It was whoa, very intense feeling. And yeah, and I guess the follow-up question for that one was, did Nabubu ever struggle with a feeling like she didn't truly belong with either side? Very interesting question. Yes. And I would say the part where she felt that the most, where she felt so sad and alone, was after the meeting in the town hall when Vetruvius had killed her. And everybody else was celebrating Eileen's tavern opening. Everybody else was eating things, drinking things, having a good time, taking photos. And Nabubu just sat outside alone crying and trying to like come up with solutions to like fix the town and to come up with like proper policy. And like no one really checked in on her except like Omi. And he was like, are you sure you don't want to go inside? And she was like, no, I'm fine. Yeah. So yeah, I would say so. It's a lot of frustration of like, I understand Vetruvius, but I do not like his actions. I understand the town's fears, but I do not like that they're so complacent and no one's thinking of how we can fix this in reasonable ways. And yeah, it's just a lot of frustration. But yeah, definitely. But thank you for the questions.
I can only imagine. That's the burden. That's the burden you have to take on, right? Is if you're gonna be the bigger person. Being the bigger person's hard. That's why so few people are the bigger person, because it's so easy to just, be a little selfish, go the low road and solve problems in a little way. Like everyone else was just saying, why don't we just kill this guy? Why don't we just lock him in, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You were the only one who was actually trying to figure out a solution, thinking, why did he go on that massive killing spree? Something must have been going on to cause that. And then, yeah, it's interesting because you think about that and you try to explain that, but then it just sounds like, what, are you on his side? Are you justifying what he did? It's like, no. I just think that, no one's perfect. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff to think about.
It's so funny that you came at such a bad time too.
Yeah. Specifically, all I heard was you saying, well, yes, if we get everyone's power level up, then I think we might stand a chance. I was like, oh my God, she's betrayed me immediately. It was the only part I heard was you basically implying that everyone was going to get strong and come and kill me. I was like, well, fuck me then. I guess nothing is sacred. I'm going to have to blow this whole place up. And it, to be fair, though, it was a very sad moment. I'm so sad that I wound up killing you. Such a huge watershed moment that led to so much of my own paranoia, like trying to get stronger. Because after Zealand did the damage to me, I was like, oh my God, all of my work has been for nothing. But then also the most hilarious conversation with Violet after flying away, looking over me saying, oh, all I see in that town is a circus. And then Uki looks over and he says, yes, the circus is over there as well. I'm like, yes, it is. It's just really funny.
Oh God, I just remembered something that I forgot to mention earlier when we were talking about parallels. So I found out Zealand's lore, and it's kind of crazy. So apparently he came from the Empire, and he came from a very prestigious swordsman family, and he is the illegitimate heir between a witch and his father. And so his stepmother hates his guts. So he also has mother issues and father issues and a deep-rooted inferiority complex. And self-hatred because of that. And he became a villain, essentially. He lied, stole, killed, and became a super powerful person of influence. He has a wife, 2 kids, and he had a son who essentially followed his father's footsteps and started doing crimes like setting houses on fire before getting worse and mass murdered an entire town. And the Empire decided to execute him. And
God, I didn't know any of this. Jesus, wow.
I didn't know any of this until he told me in freaking VCraft Unwrapped. He had so many notes, bro. He had so many notes.
Oh,
he was cooking on day 2. And so his son was executed, and Zealand felt so much intense guilt because he was like, I feel like I influenced my son for him to go down this road. I feel like I deserve some kind of punishment, because the whole time he rose to power, no one ever held him accountable. And he was like, damn, y'all are just gonna let me do this and no one's gonna keep me in check? What the hell? Okay. And then that happened to his son, and he was like, damn, y'all really aren't keeping me in check. Because everyone else around him was like, oh, but you can control your son. That's not your fault. And he was like, well, it kind of was. And so whenever he looks at Vetruvius, he sees the splitting image of his own son. And whenever he looks at Nabubu, he thinks of the child that he wanted and he wished he could have had a relationship with. I know. And his other daughter, his daughter is in single digits, so she doesn't really know him. But yeah, so he was like, Zealand probably still thinks of his family from time to time. And we confirmed that he's probably 50 to 60s, I think, yeah. So yeah.
There's so much in that. That's a crazy story. Man, I didn't know any of that, but that's so fascinating that he had a son and probably was, oh man.
And
so
son,
telling of his character as well.
Yeah.
Wow, so telling of his character as well, to have had a son and see Vetruvius in that son, and also to still be prepared to kill Vetruvius at a moment's notice, like to have to have been so hurt and to be so terrified of his. It's reminded me of the brilliance of Star Wars Episode 8 and how of how Luke Skywalker saw young Kylo Ren being like a young Jedi who had all of this potential and immense power in the Force, and then sees all of these dark thoughts, like uses the Force to sense like all of these violent thoughts in his head, not knowing that he was just being manipulated by a Dark Lord the whole time. And he thinks for one moment, he thinks, if I kill him, I will prevent the rise of the next Darth Vader. And he thinks about it for 1 second, but then he's like, oh God, what the fuck is wrong with me? That's a child. But it's too late. It's too late. That one moment, he already, with all these bad thoughts, sees Luke holding a lightsaber over him for 1 second, and he freaks out and then like runs away and becomes the bad guy anyway. And I see so much of that of Zealand being so terrified of allowing Vitruvius to become another version of his son. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Wow, that's such a cool thing.
Yeah, and he
so
sees
cool.
a lot
so
of like
cool.
his own younger self in him, in Vitruvius as well. Like he sees a lot of like the anger, the brash, like volatile nature of Vitruvius in himself. And that's why whenever he looks at Vitruvius, it feels like he's looking into a mirror, and he dislikes seeing the ugly parts of himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the same way that Vitruvius was scared of death because he didn't want to see his father, which would have reminded him of the scary parts of himself, and he was scared of Zealand because Zealand reminded him of his father.
Man! Ugh.
Man.
Pain. Nothing but pain. Okay,
Nothing
so
but
next
pain
question.
in this damn Minecraft.
I know. So next question is, how did it feel to have such a significant proportion of the townsfolk and viewers typecast you as being absolutely ancient, even though Vitruvius is just 22?
That I think is another thing that I regret not making it clearer, because I think a lot of people see, like, age does matter in that sense, and I think seeing who you believe to be like an ancient wizard crashing out and crying about his dad is like, I feel like it's more difficult to be empathetic than seeing a young man like crash out and cry about his dad. Like, yeah, 22, you're still old and ugly enough to kind of keep a handle on it. But I think people might have been a little more sympathetic if they knew that he was just a young wizard. I know that I never said that I was very, very old as Vetruvius II. I think people just probably maybe it was my voice, maybe it was just the way that I used very like sort of like a more received pronunciation, like posher pronunciation, maybe made me seem older, and it just became something maybe in the town, because I wasn't around a lot, maybe somebody said that I was old and it just kind of became common knowledge. But I wish kind of that because I think that was why when Alira said, oh, you're a baby in the body of a hag, I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? I think that was why I kind of didn't know what to say. I was just really confused. But it was like, yeah, but it is interesting though, again, because a lot of V2's perspective is needing to grow up very fast, because his dad didn't let him have a childhood. His dad was like, you're a wizard, Harry, and was like shooting lightning bolts at him from the age of like 3. And so he was like, well, I've got to get good at fighting right away. And he, in a sense, is both forced to grow up right away, but in that same way is locked into being a child permanently. You know, the trauma kind of freezes his age at like just a young boy, and he never really grows in maturity past that.
It happens.
A lot of his crash outs were due to just being made fun of. Like people, you know, at the moment when all of his stuff was he thought his stuff was getting stolen, and then he described the experience to Luca, and Luca like laughed, because it is funny to imagine him like shouting and crashing out while someone's invisible, just watching him scream to himself. But then he's like, why are you laughing? What's funny about that? What you know, because it's the same as him feeling like he's getting bullied at school. It's like, you know, you would look down on the problems of children and be like, oh, you'll be all right, I was bullied when I was your age, kind of thing. But to him, it's a very real, terrifying thing. And it's also something really fascinating that happened that I definitely stand by, was that a lot of my fans headcanoned Vetruvius II as having autism. And
yes,
I kind of, and I really enjoyed that sort of view on it. And as far as I'm aware, it might as well be canon because such a common problem for people with autism is not understanding what is a joke versus what isn't, not understanding social cues. And that is something that was the bane of V2's existence for a long time, was if he had just been able to get in on the joke and just been able to have a laugh with everybody, maybe he wouldn't have felt so annoyed and upset all the time. But to him, everything feels deadly serious and he really struggles to draw that line. He's brilliant in many ways, and he has so much potential to be loving and wonderful in many ways, but he sadly is held back by his understanding of people in social situations. And yeah, I just think that that's sort of the lines we draw are really interesting.
Absolutely, yeah. I think there was a question similar to that as well, of someone saying like, as an autist and someone who genuinely struggles with mental health, I saw a lot of myself in V2's thoughts and behaviors, even the bad ones. So what are your thoughts on the character's mental health, and would a diagnosis have made things easier or harder for Vetruvius II? Do diagnoses even exist in this world? It's a fantasy world.
In this world, who knows? Who knows? I mean, we do have a couple of doctors here. We had Dr. Buttocks, and we had Dr. Doctor. He's not diagnosing people with anything. He would diagnose. He'd diagnose V2 with
the dragon, the evil dragon.
With he'd diagnose him with dragon's disease and prescribe him something that costs way too much money, snake oil. It's difficult to say because all a diagnosis does is it gives you a path to trying to fix whatever problems you have. It's not like it's not a magic wand that fixes everything right away. And I think it would definitely give him some understanding, but also I think it might really frustrate him. It might make him think why, having an immutable characteristic in his brain that he can't fix, I think would really... It would hurt him, but it would also it would set him on a path to understanding in a way. Because if he got diagnosed, he would get frustrated and think, every other problem in my life I can solve with magic. Why is this so unsolvable? Why can I die and come back and still have this problem? It's like, is this a new brain? Is this an old brain? Why is my brain always the same, and why is it always making these mistakes? And why? I think it also, in a world without much advanced science, it would probably be very confusing to him as well. But it would definitely be good in the long run for him to try and, maybe it would make him feel more isolated, because maybe he doesn't know anyone else who has that. Although there was a really good conversation, one of the only proper conversations I had with Boog after becoming the villain was at the monastery, and just ran into Boog at the monastery. I just had this conversation about not understanding social cues, and then Boog was like, how to tell the evil wizard that he might have autism and all that. So it's like, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny, but it was nice.
I love Boog. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. Interesting. I do think that would be something he would struggle with, because it's not something that he can control. And I think that's the one thing that would like piss him off, because he's like, what do you mean? I can't fix this. I can't control this.
But he'd have to learn. Yeah. Maybe he would learn that. Maybe he'd learn that's not something I control, and then he'd slowly learn maybe there are things in life I can't control, and then maybe he would get used to it over time. But we'd have to see.
Yeah. I see. So the next question is, do you have a rough percentage split in mind of how much you see yourself in Vetruvius II? Of like, how much was Vetruvius II, how much was you?
It's really difficult to say, because I lost track of myself when I was playing the game, and it's hard to say because you're feeling these emotions in such a real way, but you can't tell how much of them come from you and how much of them are because you're immersed in the character. Like, I don't know, honestly, I think there's a lot of myself in this character, which I think it's important to acknowledge and to not be afraid of admitting. I think maybe thankfully I have a very good relationship with my father, which is nice. I love my dad. I love my dad, so that's not an issue for me. Yeah. Love Papa Kuma.
Yes.
But I think in terms of struggling with some social interaction, in terms of struggling, I think in terms of, I guess, getting rage baited, in terms of like Vetruvius will a lot of what he went through was because it all. Something I think I worry about in real life is the idea that there's a big joke that I'm not in on. The idea that there's something other people get that I don't. And it's all paranoia, but I think that it does cause a lot of anxiety. And I think that caused Vetruvius a lot of anxiety, was feeling like people understood something. It's like, what a comparison I made was that Vetruvius is like the only NPC in a game where everyone else is player, where everyone's role-playing, but while they're role-playing, they still have this awareness that it's just a game and everyone's able to kind of be pretty casual about it. Whereas Vetruvius, when things get stolen from him, he's freaking the fuck out and he's really confused, and it feels like his real life is sort of going away. And so I think in that sense, that would feel really terrifying and frustrating, and feeling like, there's something different about you, but you don't know what it is. I'm lucky enough to have been diagnosed and to understand what affects me. But I think maybe like 60-70% of Vetruvius, I think, comes from stuff that I've been through in real life. Although thankfully, like I said, that 30% is probably that I don't have any desire to murder all my friends, and I also have a good relationship with my dad. And I hope that I am not as casually manipulative as V2 managed to be. Although I guess that just came from his blistering honesty in the face of his own wrong ideas. Like, I know that he wasn't trying to manipulate anybody. He was just trying to be honest. But he just had the wrong idea the whole time, and it led to people getting the wrong idea from him.
So true. But yeah, it's definitely something that you have to be deeply connected to in order to be a convincing actor and to put on such a fantastic performance. You do have to put a lot of yourself into it. So yeah. And I guess on that note, the next question is, so this person says, I recall you saying that some posts you saw on the TR at the time really hurt to read because it seemed like they were attacking you as a person more than the character of V2. Looking back, how do you feel about all of that? And is there anything you would say to the writers of those posts if you could?
Well, the fact is that I don't think anybody really wanted to attack me. I think that I just have a tendency to be a very sensitive person. And I think that sometimes it's difficult to draw a line. I think that sometimes people can mean a lot more than what they say, and it's difficult when you're the kind of person who reads a lot into what people say, and it can scare you sometimes. I think for me, it felt so cathartic and important for me to be able to express these sort of more difficult, darker parts of who I am through Vetruvius II. And so sometimes I think it's not as though I knew that they were being mean to me instead of the character. I just think that there was enough of me in the character that it did feel like kind of an indirect blow to me. Even though I was kind of like confronting a lot of my flaws, it did seem, it was difficult. It was hard to basically think like, yeah, if I was to do this in an environment that wasn't so safe, people would not be as understanding. And I think that's a really scary thought, that if there did, in real life, you have to hold yourself to a certain standard and you have to treat people in a certain way. And this is fine, but it's maybe the scary thought that perhaps if one day, if some of my own issues in real life kind of get a little too much and I don't manage myself in the right way and I do have a bit of a crash out in real life, the worry that maybe it won't be received as, with quite as much forgiveness as V2 was in the end. The idea that you hold yourself and you do so much for people and you try to be so strong for people, but if you fail, maybe that, maybe it'll be a little too much. But it's a lot of paranoia on my part. I think I just am a bit of a worrywart, and I'm not like mad at anyone who made any tweets like that. I think most people were just sort of very invested in the story, and I was too, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. And on that topic as well of like the issue of media literacy and ability to separate the character from the actor as well sometimes can, be an issue as well. Since some actors play a character so convincingly that they end up hating the actor instead. I know this happened for the guy in Squid Game. There's this guy that played the villain in Squid Game where he played it so convincingly that he would get like things thrown at him in the streets. People would be hurling insults at him, and they'll be like hating on this like dude for playing the villain. When in real life, he's a very sweet, soft uncle. You know, he's just a nice uncle. So there's definitely that too. But yeah,
I think it happened to like the guy who played Joffrey in Game of Thrones as well. A lot of people gave him a lot of shit because he was very convincingly just the worst guy you'd ever met and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a common experience, and I guess experiencing a little bit of that is I should take it as a rite of passage. I should be proud, maybe.
So true, so true. Yeah. The next question is, do you think there were any major lasting effects of method acting so intensely? And would you do it again?
I would 1,000,000,000,000% do it again 100 times. If someone came to me and said, hey, we're going to run a series of, you know, if VCraft is going to run for the, like with the same time scale, but the moment one server ends, another begins, I would be hook, line, and sinker. I'd be doing those every single time. I would never take a break. Like, it was it was such a transformative experience. I would do it every time. And I think that as a method acting experience, it's so valuable to genuinely forget that you are you and that you are different from your character. But also every, you know, it's suffering for your art at the end of the day. And a lot of actors talk about how things have been difficult. Recently, we had an example of Aaron Paul, who played, I can't remember his character's name, but he's the lightning guy from Invincible, and how he said he didn't want to return for season 4 because the character was it was very emotionally intense. He didn't really want to play a character that was that, you know, that was screaming and was going through so much terrible shit all the time. He said it had an impact on him, and he just didn't want to go back to that character, and it makes sense. And I think playing a character like V2, where you have to deal with not only putting a lot of your own emotion into the character, but also experiencing what it's like to have everyone hate you, which is like my worst fear in real life. Is like, I just really don't, I'm really scared of the idea of people hating me either outwardly or in secret or anything like that. It's just so scary, and I'm so terrible, and I can never handle negative comments, which is a terrible thing to have in this career. But it's fine. And I think it's a valuable experience because even, I would say, after VCraft ended, I was very distraught. Not to a crazy extent, but I was very, I wouldn't say very depressed or anything, but I was quite sad and emotional for a few days because it did feel like a lot of people that I'd made friends with, you know, people that I knew and had met, were gone, and a world that I had lived in was gone. And I thought about how wonderful that world was and how invested I was in those relationships and how it was just going to disappear, and how badly I wanted it back. I was there like, can we start VCraft season 2 like now? Can we do it like next month immediately? That kind of thing. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait any longer to do this. Is why it's like, let's do collabs as the Knights of Oz. Let's do all of this stuff. I did my letter writing stream. It was so difficult to let it go. And I think that's because while a lot of the people I knew disappeared, a part of myself disappeared as well. V2 is a really significant part of my identity, I think. And by by needing to let him go, I'm letting a part of myself go. It's one of the reasons why when VCraft season 2 does come around, I'm low-key gonna struggle to play a different character, because he's very special to me. I think more than anything, he's special to me because, like, of all of the stuff we've talked about today, he's special to me because he's an example of true, I guess, redemption, that there's a chance for everyone, no matter how far away from good that you go, no matter how bad things get, you have every ability to grow and to improve. And living through that, and also just associating him with the experience of doing VCraft, the idea of putting him away forever makes me really sad. He's like, I don't know, I'm just very attached to his story, and I I want to like headcanon a future for him. I want to believe in what he's going to do next. I'd like to believe that he's very selfless. I want to believe that he does a lot for Nabubu to thank her for how much she did for him. I want to believe that he can continue to nurture Calvin in a really genuine way and can mentor him without there being this pretext of trying to turn on everyone. I want to believe that he can mend his relationships with people that he hurt, because the whole thing was that he struggled with this immense need to be loved because he never had that previously, and the slightest sign that he wasn't loved would be so terrifying to him. The fact that that character went through all that and then emerged knowing that he was loved, with one of the last things that he ever heard in the server's lifespan was Nabubu saying that she loved him. It was just such a perfectly.
You could make a grown man cry. Oh.
In a world where once, you know, in a world where when things get, you know, things go wrong, things get fixed, life goes on. Everything in his life sort of was resolved in a way, and then the story ended, and I just wanted to see what his happy ending looked like, I guess. So I think he needs to, I don't know, I probably will need to bring him back in some capacity, but we'll see. I'm definitely not going to do Vetruvius the Third. I think that would be a little silly. If this character lineage comes back, it'll just be him again, maybe older, wiser, different, who knows.
Interesting. I see. You know, what's that Winnie the Pooh quote that goes like, how fortunate and how lucky we are to have something that makes it so hard to say goodbye to. I would like to think that's the case for VCraft and all these characters and memories that we've created. How lucky we are that we have something that is so hard to say goodbye to.
Yeah, we are lucky.
So. But yeah, let's see. I guess for the next question, what's something you want people who weren't actively following your POV, what do you want those people to know about your character and experiences in VCraft?
I guess all I would say is that you guys aren't wrong for hating Vetruvius, but I think that it would be a worthwhile exercise to check out some key moments, and to remember that that while you were sort of following someone else's POV, in the early days of the server, like the first week, Vetruvius did go through quite a lot of very frustrating shit. It doesn't fully justify the choices that he came to, but having his things stolen and being threatened by Elle and Roswell, and then trying to go to people for help and not really getting any help. There was one thing where it was like he kept sort of bringing up how no one helped him. And some people said, well, then why didn't you go to anybody? And it's like, I really did, like, try and, one of the only people, when it came to Elle and Roswell, one of the only people who actually stopped and helped was Leo, who wound up joining Vetruvius in the end. So it kind of exacerbated his view of, there's only so many people that you can trust in the world. But yeah, he definitely is the bad guy and he makes the wrong choices, but he definitely didn't do so for no reason. And I think that you'll see a lot more of that if you did watch my POV. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed watching VCraft either way.
Thank you. Okay. Next question is, what were some scenarios with Nabubu that were like the hardest to improv?
I think the hardest to improv was when I was like right after I'd killed you and you came with Willerton to go and see me, because it was like I really didn't want those characters and that relationship to go away, and like knowing that I needed to fix something, and how on earth do you apologize to someone for blowing them up one day after you promised that was something you would never ever do.
And you would kill yourself if you did?
Yeah.
Like, that was absolutely insane. Can I just,
that was crazy that I decided to say that. But oh man, what a moment. Like, something so great about having Sploying with the Elytra was it was so easy to just disappear from a moment. Just
it was like a slingshot, you know? It was like the slingshot.
And slingshot, slingshot was funny because you would only go so far, and then it would look kind of awkward of you slingshotting away and then just walking. But the sprawling with the elytra, you would just be gone in an instant. So it was like no one's following you when you do that.
I know.
It was and then just disappearing before you guys have a chance to stop him. Oh man, it was a great moment, but very emotionally challenging. I think trying to really apologize and move through that, and also challenging to think about how Vetruvius would go through that situation and not just how I would go through that situation. How would I apologize to somebody versus how he would? But yeah, I think that's a hard part. It's always hard to intentionally fuck up because your character has flaws. I think that's because when you're watching a movie and a character is fucking up and doing things wrong, you're like, why are you doing this? Do it like this. I would do it this way. It's like so easy to feel like, but then when you're acting, you also want to do that too. You want to be like, well, in real life, I would just resolve the problem this way. And you kind of have to think, no, this character, that was why when you said, let me kill you and we can just show everyone, in my head, I was like, that would be a good idea, but Vetruvius doesn't want to do that. And so that's why I came out with that thing of, I don't want to see my father. It felt difficult to do, but it was necessary. It was really important, I thought.
Yeah. Thank you. Those are some. It was crazy. I can't believe like Willerton freaking aimed a bow and arrow at you two. That was so.
He's dumb for that. He dumb as hell. He dumb as hell for that. Like that is just the worst time to do that.
I know, but it was so
also,
drama.
Aiming that bow, and thinking it would do anything as well. Like Vetruvius has all of his armor on. He can take so much damage. Like what? Like what does that bow and arrow have? That's not going to do shit, Willerton. What are you thinking? But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this next one is, what would have been Vetruvius's plan if he hadn't had the totem on him when he fell off the platform?
He just died. Man. I don't know. So there was, I'm glad that this did not happen because it would have been difficult to set up, and I don't know if I could emotionally reckon with not being Vetruvius II anymore. There was a part of me that thought that if Vetruvius I ever died, that we would make it maybe permanent, and that Vetruvius I would come back. Like maybe dying with the crystal would mean that he could maybe take over his son's body, and the idea that his father is even worse, you know? And that maybe the final boss is his father and we have to free his body from that or something like that. And maybe the sort of the crux of the issue isn't that he's afraid to die. The crux is, we really have to get him out of there. You know, like if you thought V2 was bad, you better, his father created that. That's his handiwork. But that was like a random idea I had. There was a point where I was messaging Shu and he was talking about maybe V2 should die to his death note. And I was thinking about like doing that, but I also thought, it's like I really think that death is something that he has to confront. So yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen, and I'm glad that the totem was there. But good lord, we would have had to really think on our feet for that, because everyone in the server is going to see V2 die by falling off a cliff. Or V2 died while fighting Nabubu. It would have been like, wow, that would have really changed things. It would have been crazy. I have no idea how I would have reacted. No idea. I can't think of what I would have done.
Yeah, it would have said that Nabubu, I think, killed you, which is crazy. Yeah, because it was a spell, wasn't it? Yeah.
Chat is reminding me, the idea was to log out and then change my name to Vetruvius _1 and then log back in so everyone sees the message and they go, oh no. That would have been pretty fun.
That would indeed. Okay. A more lighthearted question. At times you were aura farming as the big bad villain, but what were your funniest, favorite, silliest moments that you remember?
Easily. Favorite silliest moment is like, I guess, aura farming, trying to be villain with silly moments. Definitely every interaction I had with Breadwinner. The fact that all throughout Vetruvius's journey, the one person that he is like, this guy can do no wrong. I don't have a complicated emotional relationship with him, but I know this is a good man. It's Breadwinner, and him needing a clandestine villain meetup in his shadowy basement, appearing as only this floating orb, saying, I have heard about the combat advancement granted by having a balanced diet. I need you to bring me a variety of foods, breadwinner. I will pay you handsomely. Just holding on to that. And then being this intimidating villain who also has a sweet little picnic blanket with a checkered, like a picnic basket with a little checkered cloth in it. Just this, and the fact that during the final battle, I was flying around taking out his giant picnic basket, eating like sandwiches and stuff to keep my health up. There was so many stuff where like this serious story reminds you that it's Minecraft.
Yes.
And you have to appreciate like, okay, this shit is pretty funny. Or of course, as a British person, comedy is pain. Like anytime someone feels pain, that's hilarious. And that's what all British humor is. You know, if you watch The British Office, it's literally just awkward pain and everyone feeling sad the whole time, and that's hilarious to us. So I had to appreciate the moment at the end when I was trying to really bring the performance back at the very end and trying to talk to you and Calvin, but I was feeling so tense and so awkward and I couldn't really bring it out. And then I got murdered by an Enderman. That,
yes.
in hindsight, was fucking hilarious. And the fact that I respawned thankfully in the community center and not miles away. Yes. And then I was just in the community center. I walked back and I was literally there. If you could hear me, I was going, fuck this fucking shit. Fuck this stupid fucking stupid fucking game. Fuck this. And then it was the thing I feel so terrible about was the fact that Mary was the one who kind of made Vetruvius run away by like interrupting his initial speech. And then he tried talking to Vetruvius when he was on his way back to you guys. And he was like, blah, 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 blah. And then I literally just turned to him and I said, please leave me alone. Which I apologized to him like in private after that because I felt like he could have taken that pretty seriously. But that was like, man, I was not having a good time. I was not having a good time in that moment. But I can appreciate in hindsight that shit was very funny.
You know, speaking of that Enderman death, so you know how we had a Christmas event in VCraft which Lamp had? So I revisited some places and some locations in New Witchington because the entire place was like fully decorated. And I revisited the rooftop that where you died on. Oh, wait, can you hear me? Is my engine okay? There we go. Okay, so I want you to have a look at this. The entire town was snowing.
What?
And there was
Rip Vetruvius. No.
with two little bows. So bonita.
Two bows. Oh, this poor guy. Look at him. Look at him.
It's this
And
image.
the grave there too. Is that my actual grave or is that
It's
just
your
one they
actual
put
grave.
there?
It says
Wow,
it's your actual
really?
grave. Yeah, we left it there. Remember, no one like did anything to it because you were like,
You know, I'm like
really-
I'm like Light Yagami. I died at the very end of the series. I died on the stairs looking up at God. Oh man. That's crazy.
Yes, it was very funny. I had to screenshot that. Yeah.
Rip Vetruvius. Oh, goodbye, buddy. Goodbye. You were a funny wizard.
Yes. I guess another more lighthearted question is, I guess now that you are running the community center as well and learning baking, will you feed these hopeless boys as much as he could and maybe even teach them? The Knights of Oz specifically.
Oh, the Knights of Oz. Will I?
Yes.
Yes. I think Vetruvius, like after taking the community center, I think he's going to kind of treat being good to people as his new way of being powerful. I think that he's like, he still has that innate need to be the strongest. So he's like, no, I'm going to be the nicest in the world. I'm going to just do everything for people. He's like, I need to right my wrong somehow. And I also think that he will feel like the Knights of Oz, he will have led them astray and will also feel very close to them. I think that he's going to be especially doting for Calvin. He's going to look after Calvin no matter what. And Leo and Royale as well. Royale, he's going to take care of because he feels bad for leaving him behind so often. Because people kept forgetting that Royale was a part of the Knights of Oz, and there were so many moments he missed out on, and there were so many times where he just stranded in the middle of nowhere, and everything was going on, and we'd like feel like we're missing somebody, and it's like that bit from 2.5 Men where he's like, I feel like I forgot something. If you didn't remember, it probably wasn't important. Yeah, and then Royale is just alone in the rain. So I would probably he would definitely look after him too, definitely.
I see. Okay. another more lighthearted question. What would Vetruvius II sleep talk about?
Oh my god. I mean, if I'm being dark and sort of real about it, he'd probably be the kind of guy who has night terrors. I actually did a scene in day 11. My stream opened with him having a nightmare about his father, and I was acting as his father. I wrote a script about his father sort of talking to him as a baby. Willerton is away and his father picks him up and he says, "Oh, my boy." And I sort of opened it by saying, "My son," to indicate that it was his father talking to him. And he's basically like the sort of thing like Walter White does it in Breaking Bad, where he sort of shows his baby daughter all the money he's making off his meth empire and stuff like that. Vetruvius I was basically saying, "Listen, son, I really want you to get good at magic, okay? Because if I had the choice, I would have blown this whole fucking place sky high by now if it wasn't for your mother." Like he was basically saying to his son, "Listen, I want you to get good at this so that you can destroy things where I couldn't. I want you to have, he's saying to his son, you're going to be just like me, and fantasizing about all the things he wants to blow up and kill in front of his son is like an outlet, and obviously that kind of thing. And then there was this like a twisted nursery rhyme sort of thing. So I think he would just have a lot of nightmares. But if we're being nice and making this a lighthearted question, I'd say V2 would be sleep talking about magic. He would be sleep talking about doing his research. He would sleep talking about. So I sleep talk as a person a lot. Like that's a big thing that I do all the time. And my sleep talk is very, very nonsensical, but also my speaking is very coherent. I sound like I'm sort of like, "Oh yes, well then we'll go and do that." And so it's like, so I think V2 would sleep talk and he'd wake Peanut and Butter up by just talking and being like, "So I believe next up we will need to combine a nether star with the glyph. And do I need another Wilden Chimera? Fuck!" Or something like that. One of the funniest things I ever did in sleep talking was I put on a cowboy accent while I was sleep talking. I was talking about taking somebody's exams. I was like, "Yeah, I'm afraid you've not done very well on your mock exam. I'm going to have to tell the man upstairs about that. He's not going to be too happy about that." And then I just went, and then the sound file cut off because I have this app that records it. And it's pretty funny.
I think I know what the one talking about, yeah.
Yeah. It's really funny.
That's so crazy, bro. You just... Like, I understand being coherent as a sleep talker because I think like one of my siblings does that. But like the accent too? Bro was putting on accents too. That's crazy.
I've done a bunch of that. Well, I think when I was staying in Japan with Vanta and Wilson like last year, I had my sleep talking app record me, and I was saying shit like, I was saying shit like, "All go in, few ever come out." And then I said, and then I said, "Look out, I need to see your balls." Something like that. It was just so ridiculous. I don't know how it happened.
Do you remember any of your dreams?
I remember some dreams. Yeah, they've got to be pretty vivid. But I tend to like remember them so much, and then I wake up and I think about them for 5 minutes, and then I try thinking about them again, and I'm like, "Oh, it's all gone." But it's nice to remember dreams. When you do remember them and they're really impactful dreams, I think it's a really sort of profound thing.
Yeah, like the cowboy one, surely.
Yes. I mean, apparently, sleep talking has nothing to do with dreams. You sleep talk anything. You're not even necessarily dreaming. It's just your brain firing off and you saying anything.
Oh, interesting. Bro, just be saying anything. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Let's see. For the final two questions is, this is for both Milord and Nana. Discussions of foils aside, to both Nabubu and V2 as young mages, what are some important lessons they've learned during their time in New Witchington?
Well, there's a question for both of us. I'll try not to talk for too long, but I think the main thing that Vetruvius would have learned from learning and teaching Nabubu is the fact that he needs to appreciate that he was afraid, and his motive. When I first logged into the server, I ran south to build my tower and just start learning magic. I was like, I'm gonna get good fast no matter what. I'm gonna be the big wizard no matter what. And then the fact is, when the opportunity came to teach someone about magic, to teach you about magic, second nature just immediately was like, oh yeah, you do this, this, and this. It would be in the interest of someone genuinely villainous to keep that knowledge for himself, but he couldn't do it. He immediately wanted more people to learn about it because he did have, even though it was given to him by his father who wanted him to use it for bad purposes, he had a genuine passion for magic and he did love to learn. And wanting to share that with people, I think, is one of his best traits. And he has to learn that sometimes it's not about the real magic in life isn't what you cast from a spellbook. It's the things you share with other people. And I think that's the main thing he learned by the end is, what that magic is really all about. So I'd say, yeah, the main thing he learned from Nabubu is how to share that and how to share his power without feeling afraid, and also to realize that she had a power of her own, which was how kind she was, and she shared that with him, and so sharing between them, the two of them, was easy. So I think that was what made him realize how valuable community really was. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think I remember one of the most impactful lines that I've heard in this entire roleplay event was when Vetruvius said to Nabubu, I think that like your kindness is stronger than any spell that my father knew, and that's true magic, something like that. And I was like, oh, what the hell? What the heck? Oh my gosh. What fire bars. Yeah, I think that's something that Nabubu has learned as well. I think she learned about the beauty of learning and teaching and sharing knowledge, the beauty of magic, how it can be used to help people. And I think this has further consolidated Nabubu's beliefs of magic in and of itself is powerful, but it doesn't change hearts. I think it requires courage and it requires compassion and empathy for one another to truly touch people's hearts. And that's something magic can't do. So, yeah.
So true.
Yeah. And I guess final question is, a legacy and a heart is a heavy burden to carry. What does it mean for Vetruvius to discard one burden and to continue to shoulder another? Does it make him feel fulfilled of the human experience and make him more grounded compared to how he was before experiencing death?
I think that he was living a life before where he was controlled by a fear of things that he didn't need to be afraid of. And one of the most frustrating things about trauma is that it can make us afraid of things that aren't actually that scary. We've been traumatized by something like people who are scared of a specific place or a type of, or like a person who looks like their abuser, whatever it is. We're afraid of things that aren't actually a danger to us. He had been afraid of so many things, and he had been so afraid to the point where he never wanted to confront those fears. But I'm sorry, I think somebody's at the door. Can you give me a second?
Oh, all good.
I'll continue my emotional answer in a second.
All good. Hi, chat! Hi, guys! I hope you guys have been hydrating and eating. And what are your guys' plans for New Year's? For me, I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna order takeaway. And then I'm just gonna watch the fireworks live stream with my family. And it's gonna be very chill. Yeah. Hi, guys! Konnichiwa! For those of you guys that don't know me, my name is Nana Artsteria, Song of the Galaxy, reincarnated to VTuber and VSinger. I'm a Song of the Galaxy, but I am human, and I really like music, and I like singing, and yeah. Yeah. Can you please add glowberries to the roof? Oh yeah, the cave is so sad. Oh yeah, I'll remind him to do that. Hello! あ、日本の方もいますか？すごい！こんなな。日本今寒いので体を気をつけてくださいよ。いっぱい温かい飲み物飲んでね。ホットココアとか。
But yeah, what was I? What were we saying? It was about legacy and
Yes,
something. What
a
was the
heavy
question
burden
again?
to carry and discarding
heavy
one
burden to
burden and
carry.
continuing to shoulder another
Yes.
burden. Yeah.
Yes. He had been afraid of the unreal. He'd been afraid of things that his trauma had made him afraid of, while also leading him to cause problems that were real problems for people. So there's a lot of life that he hasn't lived yet. There's a lot of parts to his relationships that he hasn't lived yet. And something very important for Vetruvius now is that he needs to stick to what he has learned, and he needs to stick to this new way of living. The big thing for him is giving up magic. He gave up his spells, he gave up all of his equipment, and he's resolved to just live life without it anymore. And that's going to be hard for him. He's learned to solve every problem with magic.
Yeah.
But now that takes real strength, and that strength is going to show whether or not he's capable of true change. I think he is. But it is going to be very, very difficult because he's going to just have to learn to trust people. He's going to have to learn to allow people into his life, maybe who might have hurt him before, or, are the kind of people who might have hurt him before. Maybe if someone reminds him of his father, he has to allow that person back into his life, and so on and so forth. It's all going to be hard. It's always hard for someone like him. But regardless, he still has potential to make something out of his life. And I think overall, it may be harder because there's comfort in following the things that you're most afraid of. If you're most afraid of something and you have the ability to hide from it and push it away, that is, in many cases, the easy road. And that was what he was taking before, but now he's on the harder path of truly healing. So it will be harder to carry that burden and that legacy, but the rewards and the ways in which he will grow into a bigger, better person as a result will make it so much easier for him in the long run, and it will, I'm sure, be worth it. At least that's what I'd like to believe.
I see. Yeah. And sorry, one more question was, if another like super evil, powerful evil, right, comes back to New Witchington and threatens New Witchington's safety, would Vetruvius pick up magic again?
I think he would. I think that if there was I think he would hesitate, and it would be the kind of thing that he would like stop himself from doing for a while. But if there was a genuine need, I think that he would pick it up again, and it would be a lesson for him to learn to think, can I wield this responsibly? Can I use this for the right reasons? And can I use magic without ever doing harm to another person? Can I use magic, in the same way that he taught Nabubu to do, where he taught her how to use that big healing spell and all of that kind of stuff. Does he have it in him to do that kind of thing? Or is he just going to fall back into his old ways? I sort of have this idea that if I was Vetruvius II for a second season of VCraft, I'd spend the first day using no magic, and then right at the end of the first day, have a kind of a cliffhanger ending where he decides he goes and finds an archwood tree and chops it down, and that would be kind of where I log out for the first day, and then you realize, oh, he's back on his bullshit,
Yes.
But we'll have to see how that goes.
I see. Yeah. But yeah, I believe that should be all the questions and from chat. So thank you guys so much for asking such good questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. Also, are you aware of Zaddy's fan fiction?
Fanfiction.
So I asked him a question. I was like, so what do you think Zaddy would do when he goes back to the Science Kingdom, right? Just asking him what he would headcanon, right? And he runs around in a circle. He goes wait, Luca GPT is making something. And he runs around and he goes, okay, I got it. So in the Science Kingdom, Zaddy, I would be running my own workshop, and I've had all these workers who work under me. And then one day they'll be like, oh, boss, someone's here for you. And then I'll go, all right, bring them over. And so he brings them over, and he goes who is it? It's Vetruvius II. And he's like, oh my God, Vetruvius, how are you, bro? What are you doing here? And he's like, I've come to look for the lost Knights of Ars. Because apparently the Science Kingdom has been taking them, or they're just lost, right? Or they're just gone. No one knows where they are. And he's like, I'm looking for Nabubu and the Knights of Ars. And he's like, oh, I haven't seen any of them. I'm sorry, bro, I can't help you. And then one of the workers says, oh, I saw I saw a girl with blue hair the other day. And he was like, oh, where'd you see her? And he was like, oh, but that was 6 months ago. And they're like, oh, okay. But let's go look for them. Let's go look for them right now. And they go look for them. Yeah.
Man, what a setup. Imagine if that was VCraft Season 2.
I know.
Imagine if we set that up. That would be crazy. Science Kingdom. Oh, man.
Crazy.
Oh, man.
Crazy.
So exciting. So exciting gets to be a part of our lives now, and that we have this thing to look forward to. But thank you so much for doing this Unwrapped series. It's such a clever idea and really, really nice to revisit VCraft after so long, and to remind, to me, it feels like it's been so long, but it also feels like it's been no time at all. Like stepping back into Cottage, which feels so familiar in a strange way. And it's like, really, really wonderful to get to do this. And thank you for being such a great host. It was such a clever idea. And building the rooms is so nice as well.
Of course. Because I was like, I know other people have mentioned wanting to do more character interviews and stuff, but then no one ended up doing it. So I was like, fine, I'll do it myself. As always, I'll do it myself. But yeah, also chat is telling you to please put glowberries in this musty cave because the ceiling is very empty.
Glowberry. I forgot about the glowberry. Let me do it.
Chat is
I forgot. That was a big thing. I did do a lot of glowberries.
Yes.
Why don't you get rid of the mage light, and it's just lit by glowberries. I think that would be. But keep the mage light in the room, just in the cave.
Okay.
And then bone meal. There we are. There you go. Nice. I knew it was missing something. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's stunning. Beautiful.
Wait, do we need to add grow to it? Do we need to grow it? Do we need to grow the berries?
No, it's already done. They'll grow on their own. It looks nice as it is. And there's one more thing. Nice. There's one more thing that I want to add, as a little Easter egg, maybe underneath the moss here. I'm going to put a little chest with something important in it. I'm going to put in an amethyst shard because that's the crystal.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe it's still there. Maybe its legacy is haunting him. Maybe it's not quite done yet. Maybe he thought he threw it away, but it came back to him. Either way, it's in here. And that's something he has to worry about for the future. Who knows?
I mean, listen, if this entire area, this whole place is Vetruvius' true heart, then perhaps the crystal still...
Maybe it's still there.
The voice is still haunting him a little bit. Yeah.
Scary.
But thank you so much for taking the time to come out and do this.
Of course, thank you for taking the time to have me on. Yippee! Thank you.
Wait, come here. Let's take a photo.
Okay.
Oh wait, I wanna get all the items in of the bunny slippers, the fire.
Why don't we go a little further out so we can actually see the cave as well?
Oh yes.
Good idea. Okay, cool. That looks lovely.
Oh my gosh! Yippee!
Okay. Yippee!
Yay! I take screenshots.
Oh wait, how do I wave? How do I wave without
X.
Hello.
Yay! Yay! I'm taking so many screenshots. Yay!
All right. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. What the heck? And thank you, Chad, once again for sitting through this episode and being so kind and asking such fantastic questions. I really, really I really appreciate all of your support. And thank you guys. Thank you. But yeah, is there anything else we would like to say to wrap up Vetruvius's episode?
Well, all I'd like to say to wrap up is, in your life, guys, sometimes you might be tempted to have your villain arc. And I can confirm it was really good fun. So go for it. No, I'm kidding. All I want to say is that this character is very meaningful to me, and I owe it to all of you for giving me the opportunity to perform this role and to explore this side of myself and to get to live this dream. It's crazy, and I owe it to all of you for enabling that and to continuing to support me after so many years. So thank you all very much, everybody. I hope that I can keep doing stuff like this, and I hope that you all keep enjoying it very much. Thank you very much. Arigato.
Yay! Otsukare! Otsukare! Let's go! Woohoo! And I'll see you guys on January 5th/4th for you guys for the last episode of VCraft Unwrapped with the mayor. Yeah!
With the mayor. Very good. I hope it's a good one. I'm sure it will be. I can't wait to see what his room looks like.
Yes! Thank you guys so much. Otsu Nona! And Otsu.
Otsu.
Akuma? Otsu!
Yeah.
Yeah. Otsu! Bye-bye!
Otsu, bye-bye, everybody. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye. 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 Yo, bye-bye.